Alright, and we're off. We're going to get into a little Hyperborean, Pelasgian, ancient European stuff. Then we're going to move into the Greeks. Alright. The first dwellings of the Hyperboreans in prehistoric times were, according to the most important writers of antiquity, on the northern parts of the lower Danube. According to Bessel, the Hyperboreans dwelt in the beginning of the region of Gates. According to Papadopoulos, Kelmac, they dwelt in Dacia, the column of Trajan. Hyperborean skeleton under the western Carpathian Mountains, Rosia Montana Gallery 13. But which was the ethnic origin and character of the civilization of this memorial people from prehistoric antiquity? According to the traditions and historic data which we possess, the Hyperboreans who figure in the holy legends of Apollo appear as a branch of the great and powerful Pelasgian nation. Their pastoral and agricultural occupations, their social and religious institutions are identical with those of the other Pelasgian tribes from the lands of Greece, Asia Minor, and the Italic Peninsula. The Hyperborean shepherds, Pausanias, tell us, referring to those who, together with their flocks, had reached the southern parts of the Pindus, have founded the Oracle of Delphi, which in the beginning had surely quite a modest character, conformed to their pastoral life. Apart from shepherding, their agriculture also flourished. Each year they sent to Delos gifts of fruit and of their first wheat harvest. The religious customs of the Hyperboreans to sacrifice to Apollo from their first harvest had a Latin character, Festus and Ovid. The Hyperboreans had a state, political and religious organization. Their constitution was theocratic. Boraziel, or Boris, descendants, were at the head of the political government, and at the same time, they were the great priests of Apollo. The Hyperboreans are considered by the Greek authors as a people with very pure morals and with feelings of justice superior for that epoch to those of anybody else. Mela, the Hyperboreans, cultures Justicimi, and Hellenic calls them people who practice justice. The Hyperboreans present in everything the character of ancient Latin, mores, and beliefs. They are kind and hospitable, religious, superstitious, loving predictions, oracles, and exorcisms. They play the flutes, the bagpipes, and the kobzas during the religious ceremonies, honoring their gods. They also have a collage of the kobza players for religious ceremonies, which corresponds to the Collegium Tibicnium of the Romans, Monocin. The tunes they play are sweet and harmonious. At the hecatombs, or feast thrown in Apollo's honor, they sing continuously with pleasant voices praises to the god Pindar. And during the great holy days of this god, stating with the spring equinox to the middle of the month of May, they dance the hora until late in the night, Mamazin. They are wealthy and lead a happy life. They cultivate also the sciences, especially theology, philosophy, and poetry. They send to Greece their most cultured representatives. In the genealogy of prehistoric peoples, the Hyperboreans are shown as a Pelasgian branch. Their proto-father is Hyperboreanos, son of Pelasgic, the powerful king and patriarch of the entire Pelasgian nation, Pindar's scholiast. But not only for their national character is Latin, but their gods bear Latin archaic names, Aplu, Latona. Still Latin are the names of the prophets Olin and Aberis, to which we can also add Orpheus. Finally, the remains of the language we are left with from them, Perfiers, Greek gift-bearers, Niru, Negru, Tian Black, Helexia, or the island of the blessed, are also Latin, from Denisezanu, the prehistoric Dacia. They were the first inhabitants of Dacia. Achilles, it is said, that there in Lus Island reside the souls of Achilles and other heroes, and that they wander through the uninhabited Lus. The term Lus has the following uses. Lus, a nymph, daughter of Oceanus. Lus, the Greek name of an island of the Black Sea. Aureolion, the oracle advised him to conciliate the shade of Ajax by offering sacrifices to him in the island of Lus. This was done accordingly. Ajax the Lesser, after his death, his spirit dwelled in the island of Lus.
Opatian Locrians.
The Opatian Locrians worshipped Ajax as their national hero, and so great was resurrection brought to an immortal existence on either Lus or the Elysian plains or the islands of the blessed. Memnon. Immortality. Resurrected, brought to an immortal existence on either Lus, the Elysian plains, or the islands of the blessed. Memnon. Hades. Sent to Elysium with the blameless heroes. Minthe and Lus, according to Ovid. Hades pursued Strabo's geography. It is because of men's ignorance of these regions, i.e. the land of Thracian Getae, now Bulgaria and Romania, that any heed has been given to those who created the mythical Riphean mountains and Hyperborean, and also to all those false statements made by Pytheas the Massilian, Greek writer, 4th century BC, regarding the country along the Okeanos, wherein he uses as a screen his scientific knowledge of astronomy and mathematics. So then those men should be disregarded. In fact, if even Sophocles, Trajan, c. 5th century BC, when in his role as a tragic poet, he speaks of Oreithyia, tells how she was snatched up by Boreas and carried over the whole sea to the ends of the earth and to the sources of night, and how the unfoldings of heaven and to Hyperborea, the ancient garden of Phoebos, Apollon. Golden are the tears of the daughters of Helios, the sun. The story is that they are shed for Phaethon, for his passion for driving this son of Helios, ventured to mount his father's chariot, not because he did not keep a firm rein. He came to grief and fell into the Eridanos. Now the youth is thrown from the chariot and is falling headlong, for his hair is on fire and his breast smoldering with the heat. Well, it kind of sounds like a comet to me. His fall will end in the river Eridanos. Will furnish this stream with a mythical tale, for swans scattered about, breathing sweet notes, will hymn the youth, and flocks of swans, rising aloft, will sing the story of Kesoros and Istros, the rivers Lucia and Scythia. Nor will any place fail to hear the strange story, and they will have Zephyros, nimble god of wayside shrines, to accompany their song. The agreement is even now being carried out. For look, the wind is playing on the swans as on music instruments. The swans were said to spend the summer on the Kestros River in Lydia, and the winter in the Danube among the Hyperboreans. Age of the Pelasgian race. A race of people arrived from Asia, whom the Greek authors named in general Pelasgians and Tersini, occupied the biggest part of Europe even before the migration of the Greeks, Celts, and Germans to the lands of this continent. These Pelasgians had formed in ante-Hellenic times the most extended, most powerful, and most remarkable people, a nation who from a moral and material point of view had changed the face of archaic Europe. The Pelasgians appear at the front of all the historic traditions, not only in Helena and in Italy, but also in the regions from north of the Danube and the Black Sea, in Asia Minor, in Assyria, and in Egypt. They represented the original type of peoples, so-called Aryan, which introduced in Europe the first benefits of civilization. We find, even today, the traces of their ethnographic extension as well as their industrial activity on 3 continents of the ancient world, beginning from the mountains of Norway to the deserts of Sahara, from the sources of rivers Araxi and Oxus to the Atlantic Ocean. But their political history and the history of their civilization are lost in the night of time. The few still preserved data about the Pelasgians showed this great and fine people only in the last period of its history, when its political independence had been lost almost everywhere, and when its name had started to disappear. And unfortunately, even these few fragmentary data which have remained from the Pelasgians are transmitted by those who had conquered them, destroyed them, persecuted them, and later
executed them and later had calumniated them. So, the history of their epoch of flourishing, of power and terror.
And later had calumniated them. So the history of their epoch of flourishing, of power and territorial extension in Europe, Asia, and Africa, the history of its empires and institutions, of its art and industry, has remained buried. The political history of especially the southern Pelasgians ends with the fall of Troy. From now on, all we still hear about these Pelasgians from around the Aegean Sea are only simple mentions of few and scattered groups forced by their enemies to immigrate from one country to another in search of a new place to settle. For the Greek people, the Pelasgians are the oldest people on earth. Their race seemed to them so archaic, so superior in concepts, strong in will and deed, so noble in mores, and the Greek traditions and poems attributed to all the Pelasgians the epithet of divine. Homer, Iliad. Dionysius of Halicarnassus says the Pelasgians from near Dodona were considered as saints, and that nobody dared to go to war against them. This epithet meant people with supernatural qualities, similar to the gods, epithet which they in truth had deserved for their moral and physical qualities. The Greeks had lost long ago the tradition about when, how, and from where they had come to the lands of Helena. But they had a tradition that before them another people had ruled over the land occupied by them, a people who had reclaimed the swamps, drained the lakes, created new courses for rivers, cut the mountains, connected the seas, plowed the plains, founded cities, villages, and citadels, had an inspiring religion, and had erected altars and temples to the gods, and that those people were Pelasgians. He has, and that people, and those people were Pelasgians. According to the ancient Greek traditions, the Pelasgians had dwelt in parts of Greece even before the 2 legendary floods which had flowed over Attica, Boeotia, and Thessaly, and one in the times of King Ogyges, the other in the time of Deucalion, Herodotus, Apollodorus. Therefore, they had ruled over the Greek lands even before the times of Noah. At the time of the flood of Ogyges, Pheronius, the father of Pelasg, reigned over Argos, Vesuvius. A branch of Pelasgian people, the Arcadi, who inhabited the slopes and valleys at the center of Peloponnesus, had the tradition that they had been on earth even before the moon had appeared in the sky. There we go. Apollodorus, Rhodius. Regarding this important tradition,
Scholiast.
The scholiast of Apollodorus Rhodius says, "It seems that the Arcadi have existed even earlier than the moon, as Exodus writes in his work Parados, and Theodorus writes that the moon had appeared on the sky a little earlier than the war of Hercules with the giants. Aristos of Chios and Diodorus of Chalceda say the same thing in their books about origins." Finally, Ephor, and we got some goofy names, that's for sure. Ephor, one of the most diligent researchers of antiquity and lover of truth, who had lived in the 4th century BC, writes, "The tradition tells us that the Pelasgians had been the most ancient people who had ruled over Greece." Herodotus. Prehistoric civilization of the Pelasgian race. When the Pelasgians appeared for the first time in the land of Helena, they did not find here, as traditions tell, but a wild population scattered through mountains and woods, living in caves, without a society, without laws, without religion, and without useful knowledge. Arcadi, brave and pastoral people. The oldest inhabitants of Helena said that, as Pausanias tells, that the first man born on earth had been Pelasg. As Pausanias tells us, the first man born on earth had been Pelasg, a man distinguished for the size, the strength, and the beauty of his figure, who surpassed all the other mortals for the qualities of his spirit. That is, Pelasgi, after starting to reign, had been the first to teach the people to build huts to protect themselves from cold, rain, and heat. That he had taught the people to make clothes from sheepskins, and he had forbidden them to continue to eat leaves, roots, and weeds, out of which were dangerous for their health. That he had taught the people to stop eating any sorts of acorns, but only from oaks. And the ancient epic poet Asius writes about the Pelasgi that he had been born from the black earth.
Janice Phillips said, "Hey, everybody,"
to be the beginner of the mortal genus. Another representative of the ancient Pelasgian civilization had been the divine Prometheus, the son of Lapit, the son of Gaia. The poet Eschyl, in one of the most beautiful works of his, presents Prometheus explaining the benefits that he had brought to mankind. "These people," says Prometheus, "did not know either the art to build brick houses in the light of the sun, or the way to work the wood, but they dwelt underground in the dark of the caves, exactly like ants. They had no certain sign by which to know when winter came, when spring, the seasons of flowers came, when the sun, the season of fruit, came, but led a life from one day to another, completely lacking any knowledge, until I taught them to know the rising and setting of the stars. Things difficult to know. Apart from this, I taught them the system of all useful sciences. I discovered the writing and the way people could remember all the sciences. I was the first to yoke the animals, which could be used for transport. Nobody else but I have invented the sailing ships so that the people could cross the sea. Till now, if it happened that one fell sick, one died from lack of means of healing, until I showed them how to make medicines and how they can cure all the diseases. I have introduced various modalities of knowing the future. And finally, who could affirm to have discovered ahead of me the useful things hidden underground like copper, iron, silver, and gold? Pelasgi and Prometheus are personifications of the ancient Pelasgian culture, and everything they invented or created, according to traditions, belongs to the genus of the entire people. There also existed in Crete an old tradition of Pelasgian tribes, had been the first in that island to teach the people to form flocks of sheep and to domesticate other types of animals, pigs, goats, cattle, horses. That they had taught the people the art of throwing the spear, the Pelasgian national weapon, and to live in a community, a communal society, and especially that they had been the initiators of goodwill and the regular and moderate life. Pador Siculus. The data we have about the ancient history of the Pelasgians correspond entirely with the facts presented by the archaeology of the Neolithic epoch. The Pelasgians appear, according to ancient historical traditions, as the same population as the Neolithics, who had introduced in Europe the first elements of civilization. See, I'm trying to see if they were giants. It sounds kind of like it to me, but I don't know. They had introduced in Europe the first elements of civilization, domesticated animals, and the cultivation of cereals, and a more advanced industrial art. Even the Neolithic pottery bears Pelasgian ornamental signs and mystical symbols. Greek traditions also attributed to the Pelasgians the first cult of the gods in Europe. It was especially said about the Arcadi that they had been the first to bring sacrifices and make religious ceremonies for the gods. As we know, the Greeks had borrowed their main divinities from the Pelasgians: Herodotus, Plato, and Ovid. The ancient Jove of the Romans held a stone in his hand instead of thunderbolts, and the Romans made the most solemn oaths on this Jupiter Lapis. Cicero. Even today, some parts inhabited by Romanians, the peasants swear, while holding a stone in their hand or touching it with the hand. Even in their oath rites, the Romans preserved until late the use of holy stones, of silex. So the fact is, from the historical point of view, before Greek and Egyptian civilization, a much older civilization had spread over Europe. This had been the moral and material civilization of the Pelasgian race, which had opened a vast scope of activity for the human genus. The influences of this Pelasgian culture had been decisive for the fate of the mortals on this earth. The Pelasgians were the real founders of our actual way of existence. Planet of Giants. There was a time when giants ruled the earth. These kings had tiny subjects to serve them, same as ours. They were our ancestors. The hypothesis of prehistoric giants is nothing eccentric. It is supported by scientific data that make think. Researcher of the last century puts again mythologies and archaeological facts in balance. A 13-foot tall man, it's high, but a 40-foot tall giant is amazing. Here is the skeleton of a 40-foot tall giant. Unfortunately, it's only a sculpture. Obviously, to check out every hoax is quite a challenge, but all the informations can't be BS. An 800-page book, Forbidden Archaeology, written by Michael Cremo, cites hundreds of cases of that type. Supposing half the cases as mocked, what makes a lot? Still 400 pages could be trusted. Why are the archaeologists looking elsewhere? How long will it take until they see what's up? Giants are existing myths to set up in the past, a past not so long ago. To those who think that our recent history can't hide such scoops, we suggest go and see how certain people used electric lamps in ancient Egypt, or in France during the Renaissance, or how the existence of flying machine is testified in antique India, and in Mesopotamia under the reign of Solomon, and even closer to us in England during the 17th century. A researcher of the last century reframes mythology and archaeology facts. I have presented this research. I have myself here to summarize his thesis, moons. According to this researcher, the Earth would have had several moons, each corresponding to a geological era moon. Then, the moon is destroyed, and the Earth awaits a new celestial body passes near enough to be captured by its attraction. When the moon is large, or when it is away, or when it is destroyed, the Earth's gravity becomes unbearable for large beings who languish and disappear. This original thesis did not meet with the audience it deserved, because the author has developed another too bold hypothesis to have discredited a little fast. The giant telescopes and satellites are doing efficiently their job of detective of space. They just confirmed recently, in 1964, a law of celestial mechanics discovered by the French scientist Roche in 1850. The natural satellite of a planet cannot, without danger, approach it at a distance inferior 2.75 times its diameter. It has been verified satellites being about 2.7 radii from the planet. Our moon still has a fairly long lifeline, being 170 radii from the Earth. But Mr. Danjan, director of the Paris Observatory, however, thinks It runs the risk and threatens us of crashing into us one day. Unless a cosmic accident causes it to resume its course in space, a fate of a satellite is to crash in its planet, as the fate of any planet is to crash in on its star. Wow. This author's name is Xavier. He's just an atmosphere more electric. But I think this guy, he's a hoot. I mean, he's entertaining to read. So I'm going to close it out reading Giants Closer. Our distant ancestors, according to tradition, have experienced disaster resulting from the crash of a satellite on the Earth. This satellite was revolving only a few radii away, exerting a considerable attraction on the Earth and determining the gigantism. 4 meters for the last giants. The size of our distant ancestors were much larger. According to tradition, Cyclops were 53 meters tall. Holy smoke. Who else could be stacking monolith of 200 tons on a small pyramidal rock? Do not think whether it is a natural phenomenon. Only naive geologists can support it. But for a giant 53 meters tall, the thing is a game of skill. The divas of ancient India had a similar size, that of a 20-story building. Because of relatively low gravity, objects were much less weighty, the blood rhythm easier, there was less fatigue for the entire body, and the man then enjoyed an extraordinary longevity. He had more developed brain and faculties, which caused him to acquire a knowledge different from ours. Longevity, better oxygen of the brain. Here are the conditions of Eden. All we lack to become gods again. The construction of giant cities and the transport of monoliths weighing thousands of tons. Machu Picchu, Tiwanaku, Baalbek, Teotihuacan, Giza, etc. can easily be explained both by the titanic force of men and the use of their scientific knowledge, of course, and the extraordinary complexity of Cyclopean blocks of the cities of the Andes, some weighing several dozens of tons, do not count less than 20 edges, also finds its justification. It was necessary to the construction resist the crazy attraction of a moon very close to the Earth. The dovetail edges and the unbelievable mass of blocks barely slowed the final attraction of the satellite just before it crashed in on Earth. Everything was flying at that time. The problem was to come back to the ground, as the moon was pulling everything towards it. Well, allows us to date the Andean constructions to the very end of the Tertiary period, i.e., there are 1,500,000 years. It might even be the previous moon. To build Sexy Human, or to move the monolith of Baalbek, they must be at least 4 meters high. 3 meters is 10 feet, so he's thinking about 13 or 14 feet. And if there were 12 meters high, it is even easier. Cyclops of 53 meters would have better served the purpose. Cyclops gave their name to the Cyclopean constructions. These 53 meters high superhumans were extinguished after the disappearance of the second moon, which crashed at the end of the Mesozoic 65 million years ago. In short, if I may say, the cities of the Andes have already seen thousands of civilizations. The Incas have nothing to do with it, neither the civilization before them. It was far, far ago. Tiwanaku was already there at the time of the dinosaurs. As for archaeologists, they prepare a stake for heretics like myself. I advise them to burn their unsealable books so that they can finally serve their cause. Forget them. They do not even deserve the anti-interest that I am to them. Do you know how the giants ended? Let's see. If you would be a real seeker after truth, it is necessary that at least once in your life you doubt as far as possible all things. Rene Descartes. All right, how did the giants end? The end of the giants. The ancient mythologies unanimously describe our origins as the Golden Age of the good giants, creators, and of the instructors of men. So educated, so powerful, and so kind, they were called gods. When the Bible tells us that the giant gods have created us in their own image, it is the truth. But what it omits to say is that the image is not the size. The good giants wanted us smaller than them, much smaller, because of the enormous gravity which would come and condemn them. During the Silver Age, some giants are still here, but they are no longer gods. They are no longer the good gods, instructors of men, weakened by gravity, which was unbearable to them. They are only concerned by their survival. The Bible is right when it says, They have created us in their own image. They wanted to survive through us. However, I consider that the giants are not gods. The giants are the angels. It is some word in French verlan, i.e. reverse slang, formerly called Legians, which gave less genes, i.e. people. Some legends accredit this thesis, like the myth of Ahura Mazda and the flying giants. These giants were the servants of gods, like the angels. Moreover, they had wings, like the angels. In the Bible, some angels or archangels are much taller than humans. Anyway, the angels/giants were the servants of the gods. The gods are human size when with humans, but they can be giants if they wish to. The gods change their appearance at will. No sweat. They are gods. They made us at their exact likeness, but much smaller, so that we are better suited for the coming era. Indeed, we have seen how the successive moons, moving closer to the earth, caused the phenomena of gigantism. After the crushing, the surviving giants showed a pitiful appearance. They became vindictive, clumsy. Their movements are slowed. Their heart can no longer send blood to the ends of their great bodies. We know that the giraffe, to overcome this phenomenon, has a second heart to mid-neck that serves as stopover point for good oxygenation to the brain. But the giraffe has had plenty of time to evolve, while the last giants, hit by the collapse of their moon and the sudden appearance of the inconceivable gravity, have had only time to hide in caves. But the gods had foreseen in their genetic labs. Scientists have designed a new species to succeed the giants, a species whose small size would be ideally suited for the future gravity. Thus, these foresight giants have been taken for the former gods, but they were not. With the moon to balance the Earth's gravity, the giants have degenerated in the depths of their caves. They begin to behave badly with human smurfs. They ended sleepy, uttering here and there roaring grunts to maintain terror. Without humans, the decrepit giants would have starved. They needed large amounts of protein. They introduced a rule, cruel to the human race, but vital to them: the law of human sacrifice. There are many stories in which humans have to feed these ogres by providing young men and girls alive. King Kong, the modern resurgence of those old myths. The gods are always hungry, never get enough, as this is death, and death ever renewed. Georges Brassens. These giants, who became villains like moths, hidden away in deep caverns, are probably the archetype of the demons in hell, the fallen angels of the Bible, or of Sumer. If there is a god and a devil, isn't it because the giants were so good in the beginning and became so bad in the end? They did not leave us a good impression. The problem of good and evil does take its origin here. The giants have not endured gravity. They are dead, the poor fellows, or escaped to space. Superhuman, Superman, and the ogres. Bad giants, rejected monsters. Greek mythology shows us a famous one, the Minotaur, hidden at the end of his labyrinth. Note that the myth is generous. It presents us both the fallen giant and the cause of his decline. The spiral of the labyrinth is the one that made the moon until its fall, cause of decline of the monster. The giant, easygoing king became man-eater. The fatigue of gravity imposes on the former gods an awkward behavior. The movements are slowed as those of the Cyclops, Polyphemus in front of Ulysses. Indeed, we remember how easily and the wily Ulysses managed to escape with all his crew. The grip of Polyphemus, the clumsy Cyclops. Ulysses is a wise guy, but passed for a clumsy fool. Polyphemus belongs to the last generation of the Cyclops, decadent shepherds who ate human flesh occasionally. The first Cyclops belonged to the Golden Race. They were masters of the lightning and the forge, good gods, favorable to men, and allies of Zeus. The decline is clear. Again, Greek mythology accords with the thesis of Hoabigar. It has been exposed by Dennis Surratt in Atlantis and the Reign of the Giants, which inspired me this article. The existence of former giants is a productive thesis. With it, so many riddles are answered. So many current myths find a resonance. Superman, Green Giant, Grindazar, Sheep, Shrek, King Kong, the Superman of Nietzsche, Micromegas of Voltaire, Gargantua of Rabelais, Gulliver of Swift. Aren't they but nostalgia for the great giants of the Golden Age? Giants are dead and gone. They won't ever return. We won't cry and go to their caves anymore. We are where our children were sacrificed for the lower world. The ogres won't have the flesh of our flesh. The fiercest die disappointed to be born. Life is a random opposed to destiny. Serge Gainsbourg. If reality interested people, they would turn off the TV to look out the window. Genealogy. A fun article on the giants. You never know. Which reminds me, those spaceships the size of Earth that are hanging around the sun. It's on the Greeks. And, they, obviously came later. I think this is, this video is pretty telling about just what kind of freedoms people had back at that time. It's just so cruel, it's amazing. Alright, hope you enjoy. This is a video, so you don't have to deal with a slideshow. 500 years before Christ, in a little town on a far western border of a settled and civilized world, a strange new power was at work. Something had awakened in the minds and spirits of the men there, which was to influence the world at the slow passage of long time, of century upon century, and the shattered changes they brought would be powerless to wear away that deep impress. Athens had entered upon her brief and magnificent flowering of genius, which so molded the world of mind and of spirit that our mind and spirit today are different. We think and feel differently because of what a little Greek town did a century or two, 2,400 years ago. What was then produced as art and thought has never been surpassed, and very rarely equaled, and the stamp of it is upon all the art and all the thought of the Western world. And yet this full stature of greatness came to pass at a time when the mighty civilizations of the ancient world had perished, and the shadow of effortless barbarism was dark upon the earth. In that black and fierce world, a little center of white-hot spiritual energy was at work. A new civilization had arisen in Athens, unlike all that had gone before. What brought this new development to pass, how the Greeks were able to achieve all they did, has significance for us today. It is not merely that Greece has a claim upon our attention, because we are spiritual and mental inheritance, partly Greek, and cannot escape, if we would, that deep influence which worked with power through the centuries, touching with light of reason and grace of beauty the wild northern savages. She has a direct contribution for us as well. The actual Greek remains are so few and so far away, so separated from us by space and a strange, difficult language. They are felt to be the matters for the traveler and scholars, but in truth what the Greeks discovered, or rather how they made their discoveries and how they brought a new world to birth out of the dark confusions of an old world that had crumbled away. It is full of meaning for us today, who haven't seen an old world swept away in the space of a decade or two. It is worth our while in the confusions and bewilderments of the present to consider the way in which the Greeks arrived at the clarity of their thought and the affirmation of their art. Very different conditions of life confronted them than they are for us. But it is ever to be born in the mind, that the outside of human life changes much, while the inside changes little. And the lesson book we cannot graduate from is human experience. Great literature, past or present, is the expression of great knowledge and heart. Great art is the expression of a solution of the conflict between the demands of the world without and that within. And in wisdom of either, there would seem to be small progress. Of all that Greeks did, only a very small part has come down to us. We have no means of knowing if we have their best. It would be strange if we had. In the convulsions of that world of long ago, there was no law that guaranteed to art the survival of the fittest. But this little remnant, preserved by the haphazard of chance, shows their high-water mark reached in every region of thought and beauty the Greeks entered. No sculpture comparable to theirs, no buildings ever more beautiful, no writing superior, prose always late of development. But they left masterpieces. History has yet to find a greater exponent than Thucydides. Outside of the Bible, there is no poetical prose that can touch Plato. In poetry, they are all but supreme. No epic is to be mentioned with Homer. No odes to be set beside Pindar. Of the four masters of the tragic stage, 3 are Greek. Little is left of all this wealth of great art. The sculptures, defaced and broken into bits, have crumbled away. The buildings are fallen. The paintings gone forever. All lost but a very few. We have only the ruin of what was. The world has had no more than that for well on to 2,000 years. Yet these few remains of the mighty structure have been a challenge and an incitement to men ever since, and are among our possessions today which we value as most precious. There is no danger now that the world will not give the Greek genius full recognition. Greek achievement is a fact universally acknowledged. The cause responsible for this achievement, however, are not so generally understood. Rather, is it the fashion nowadays to speak of the Greek miracle, to consider the radiant bloom of Greek genius as having no root in any soil that we can give an account of. The anthropologists are busy, indeed, and ready to transport us back into the savage forest where all human things, the Greek things too, had their beginnings, but the seed never explains the flower. Between those strange rites, they point us through the dim vistas of faraway ages, and a Greek tragedy. There lies a gap they cannot help us over. The easy way out is to refuse to bridge it and dismiss the need to explain by calling the tragedy a miracle. But in truth, the way across is not impassable. Some reasons appear for the mental and spiritual activity which made those few years in Athens productive, as no other age in history has been. By universal consent, the Greeks belong to the ancient world. Wherever the line is drawn by this or that historian between the old and the new, the Greeks' unquestioned position is in the old, but they are in it as a matter of centuries only. They have not the hallmarks that give title to a place there, the ancient world, and so far as we can reconstruct it, bears everywhere the same stamp. In Egypt, in Crete, in Mesopotamia, wherever we can read bits of the story, we find the same conditions. A despot enthroned, whose whims and passions are the determining factor in the state, a wretched subjugated populace, and a great priestly organization to which is handed over the domain of the intellect. This is what we know as the oriental state today. It has persisted down from the ancient world through thousands of years, never changing in any essential.
Only in the last 100 years, less than that, it has shown a semblance of change, made a gesture of outward conformity with the demands of the modern world. But the spirit that informs it, it is the spirit of the East that never changes. It has remained the same through all the ages. Down from the antique world, forever aloof from all that is modern, this state and this spirit were alien to the Greeks.
None of the great civilizations that preceded them and surrounded them served as model.
With them, something completely new came into the world. They were the first Westerners, the spirit of the West. The modern spirit is a Greek discovery. The place of the Greeks is in the modern world. The same cannot be said of Rome. Many things were pointed back to the old world, and away to the East, and with the emperors who were gods, and fed a brutalized people full of horrors as their dearest form of amusement.
The ancient and the oriental state had a true revival. Not that the spirit of Rome was of the Eastern stamp.
Common sense men of affairs were its product, to whom the cogitations of Eastern sages ever seemed the idlest nonsense. What is truth, said Pilate scornfully, but it was equally far removed from the Greek spirit. Greek thought, science, mathematics, philosophy, eager investigation into the nature of the world, which was the distinguishing mark of Greece, came to an end for many a century when the leadership passed from Greece to Rome. The classical world is a myth, insofar that it is conceived of as marked by the same characteristics. Athens and Rome had little in common. That which distinguishes the modern world from the ancient, and that which divides the West from the East, is the supremacy of the mind in the affairs of men. And this came to birth in Greece, and lived in Greece, alone of all the ancient world. The Greeks were the first intellectualists, in a world where the irrational had played the chief role. They came forward as the protagonists of the mind. The novelty and the importance of this position are difficult for us to realize. The world we live in seems to us a reasonable and comprehensible place. It is a world of definite facts which we know a good deal about. We have found out a number of rules by which the dark and tremendous forces of nature can be made to move so as to further our own purpose, and our main effort is devoted to increasing our power
over the outside material world.
We do not dream of questioning the importance of what acts on the whole, in ways we can explain and turn into our advantage. What brings us this attitude is the fact that of all the powers we are endowed with, we are making use preeminently of the reason. We are not soaring above the world on the wings of the imagination, or searching into the depths of the world within each one of us by the illumination of the Spirit. We are observing what goes on in the world around us, and we are reasoning upon our observations. Our chief and characteristic activity is that of the mind. The society we are born into is built upon the idea of the reasonable, and emotional experience and intuitive perception are accorded a place in it only if some rational account can be given of them. When we find that the Greeks too lived in a reasonable world as a result of using their reason upon it, we accept the achievement as the natural thing that needs no comment. But the truth is that even today our point of view obtains only within strict limits.
It does not belong to the immense expanse and the multitudinous populations of the East. There, what goes on outside of a man is comparatively unimportant and completely undeserving of the attention of the truly wise.
The observing reason which works on what we of the West call the facts of the real world is not esteemed in the East. This conception of human values has come down from antiquity. The world in which Greece came to life was one in which the reason had played the smallest role. All that was important in it belonged to the realm of the unseen, known only to the spirit. That is a realm in which outside fact, everything that makes up this visible, sensible, audible world, plays only an indirect part, and the facts of the spirit are not seen or felt or heard. They are experienced. They are peculiarly a man's own, something that he can share with no one else. An artist can express them in some sort, partially at best. The saint and the hero that are most at home in them can put them into words, or pictures, or music, only if they are artists. 2. The greatest intellect cannot do that through the intellect, and yet every human being has a share in the experience of the spirit. Mind and spirit together make up that which separates us from the rest of the animal world, that which enables man to know the truth, and that which enables him to die for the truth. A hard and fast distinction between the two can hardly be made. Both belong to the part of us which, in Platonic phraseology, draws us up from that which is ever dragging down, or in the figure that Plato was fondest of, that which gives form to the formless. And yet they are distinct. When St. Paul, in his great definitions, says that the things that are seen are temporal, and the things that are not seen are eternal, he is defining the realm of the mind, the reason that works, from a visible world, and realm of the spirit that lives by the invisible. In the ancient world before Greece, the things that are not seen had come more and more, the only things of great importance. The new power of the mind that marked Greece arose in a world facing toward the way of the spirit. For a brief period in Greece, East and West met. The bias toward the rational, that was to distinguish the West, and the deep spiritual inheritance of the East. The full effect of this meeting, the immense stimulus to creative activity when clarity of mind is added to spiritual power. The immense stimulus to creative activity given when clarity of mind is added to spiritual power can be best realized by considering what had happened before Greece. What happens, that is, when there is great spiritual force with the mind held in abeyance. This is to be seen most clearly in Egypt, where the records are fullest and far more is known than about any other nation of antiquity. I always wonder, though, how much of it is contrived. It is materially to the point, therefore, to leave Greece for a moment and look at the country which had the greatest civilization of all the ancient world. In Egypt, the center of interest was the dead, the ruling world power a splendid empire, and death a foremost preoccupation. Countless numbers of human beings for countless numbers of centuries thought of death as that which was nearest and most familiar to them. It is an extraordinary circumstance which could be made credible, but nothing less considerable than the immense mass of Egyptian art centered on the dead. To the Egyptian, the enduring world of reality was not the one he walked in on the paths of everyday life, but the one he should presently go to by the way of death. There were two causes working in Egypt to bring about this condition. The first was human misery, the state of the common man, in which the ancient world must have been wretched in the extreme. Those tremendous works that have survived through thousands of years were achieved at a cost in human suffering and death, which was never conceived of as a cost in anything of value. Nothing so cheap as human life in ancient Egypt, and in Nineveh as nothing more cheap in India and China today. Even the well-to-do, the nobles, and the men of affairs lived with a very narrow margin of safety. Epitaph and extant of a great Egyptian noble holds him up to admiration in that he was never beaten with whips before the magistrate. The lives and fortunes of all were completely dependent upon the whims of a monarch whose only law was his own wish. One has but to read the account Tacitus gives of what happened under the irresponsible despotism of the early Roman emperors to realize that in the ancient world security must have been the rarest of goods. Seriously, why have people always tolerated that? In numbers, you just bum rush them and change it, but they don't. They adhere. There must be something in our DNA that allows this. It's often like
End of part 1.
Oh yeah, that's a classic book. It's a Greek tale. Truth is a jealous mistress. It's a good book. Paints a pretty bleak picture of the ancient world. You're either on the east, where they were preoccupied with death, or you live
in such conditions, men, seeing little hope for happiness in this world, turned instinctively to find comfort in another. Only in the world of the dead could there be found security and peace, and pleasure, which a man, by taking thought all his life for, might attain. No concern of earthly living could count to him in comparison, or be esteemed as real in comparison. Little profit for him there to use his mind, his reasoning powers. They could do nothing for him in the one matter of overwhelming importance, his status in the world to come. They could not give him hope when life was hopeless, or strength to endure the endurable. People who are terrified and hard-pressed by misery do not turn to the mind for their help. This instinctive recoil from the world of outside fact was enormously reinforced by the other great influence at work upon the side of death and against the use of the mind, the Egyptian priesthood. Before Greece, the domain of the intellect belonged to the priests. They were the intellectual class of Egypt. Their power was tremendous. Kings were subject to it. Great men must have built up that mighty organization, great minds, keen intellects, but what they learned of old truth and what they discovered of new truth was valued as it increased the prestige of the organization. And since truth is a jealous mistress, and will reveal herself not a whit to any but a disinterested seeker. As the power of the priesthood grew, and any idea that tended to weaken it met with a cold reception, the priest must fairly soon have become sorry intellectualists, guardians only of what seekers of old had found, never using their own minds with freedom. There was another result no less inevitable. All they knew must be kept jealously within the organization, to teach the people so that they would begin to think for themselves. Oh gee, it was even going on back then. Still going on today. Would be to destroy the surest prop of their power. Yeah, I mean, they're charlatans. I mean, we know it. They didn't. No one except themselves must have knowledge. For to be ignorant is to be afraid. And in the dark mystery of the unknown, a man cannot find his way alone. He must have guides to speak to him with authority. Ignorance was the foundation upon which the priest's power rested. In truth, the two, the mystery and those who dealt in it, reinforced each other in such sort that each appears both the cause and the effect of the other. The power of the priesthood depended upon the darkness of the mystery. His effort must ever be directed toward increasing it, and opposing any attempt to throw light upon it. The humble role played by the reason in the ancient world was assigned by an authority there was no appeal against. It determined the scope of thought and the scope of art as well, with an absolutism never questioned. Well, I bet they'd love to attain that again. We know of one man, to be sure, who set himself against it. For a few years, the power of the pharaoh was pitted against the power of the priest, and the pharaoh won out. The familiar story of Akhenaten. He won out, but they were still there, and they eventually eclipsed him and got it back, or so I've been led to believe.
Who dared to think for himself?
And who built a city to enshrine and propagate the worship of the one and only God, might appear to point to a weakness in the great priestly body, but the proof is, in point of fact, rather the other way about. The priests were men deeply learned and experienced in human nature. They waited. The man of independent thought had only a very brief reign. It's too bad. This marvelous life on earth is screwed up by authority. It's sad. Did his contest with the priest wear him out? One wonders. I'm sure it did. They were there, ever pressing
Their faces against the window.
They never go away. And many of the things they're capable of doing is unspeakable. And after his death, nothing of what he had stood for was allowed to remain. But the more they try to suppress it, the more famous he becomes. That's kind of the little irony there, isn't it? For us, it becomes written in the stars, like a universal law. Thou shalt not try to cover it up with anything, because the universe will remember. As they tried to erase the memories of two people that I know of, King Tut, or Tutankhamun, and King Tut and Akhenaten, besides Cleopatra, and she wasn't really ancient. She's considered more toward our side. After his death, nothing of what he stood for was allowed to remain. The priests took possession of his successor. That was King Tut. They erased his very name from the monuments. He had never really touched their power. I don't know about that if you want to count how long their name has lived through history. He won out in the long run. Truth is the daughter of time, not authority. Francis Bacon said that, otherwise known as the guy with the funny collar. He helped discover the scientific method. But whatever their attitude to this autocrat or that, autocratic government never failed to command the priests' allegiance. They were ever the support of the throne, as well as the power above it. Their instinct was sure. The misery of the people was the opportunity of the priest. Not only an ignorant populace, but one subjugated and wretched was their guarantee. With men's thoughts directed more and more toward the unseen world, and with the keys to it firmly in their own grasp, their terrific power was assured. When Egypt ended, the East went on ever farther in the direction Egypt had pointed. The miseries of Asia are a fearful page of history. Her people found strength to endure by denying any meaning and any importance to what they could not escape. The Egyptian world, where dead men walked and slept and feasted, was transmitted into what had always been implicit in its symbolism: the world of the spirit. In India, for centuries, the leader of thought to the East, ages long since, the world of the reason and the world of the spirit were divorced, and the universe handed over to the latter, reality. That which we have heard, which we have seen with our own eyes, and our hands have handled, of the word of life, was dismissed as a fiction that had no bearing upon the word. All that was seen and handled was vague and unsubstantial and forever passing, the shadow of a dream. Only that was real which was of the spirit. This is always man's way out when the facts of life are too bitter and too black to be borne. When conditions are such that life offers no earthly hope, somewhere, somehow, men must find a refuge. Then they fly from the terror without to the citadel within, which famine and pestilence and fire and sword cannot shake. What Goth calls the inner universe, what Goth, it's Goth or Gotha, can live by its own laws, create its own security, be sufficient unto itself.
Now I know it's Goethe.
When once reality is denied to the turmoil of the world without. So the East found a way to endure the intolerable, and she pursued it undeviatingly through the centuries, following it to its furthest implications. In India, the idea of truth became completely separated from outside fact. All outside was illusion. Truth was an inner disposition. In such a world, there is little scope for the observing reason. Where all except the spirit is unreal. It is manifest folly to be concerned with an exterior that is less than a shadow. It is easy to understand how in these conditions, the one department of the intellect that flourished was mathematics.
Go figure.
Nothing is less likely to react practically upon life, or to intrude into the domain of theology, than the world of the ideal revealed to the mathematical imagination. Pure mathematics soars into a region far removed from human wretchedness and reality, and no priest ever troubled himself about the effects of free inquiry along mathematical lines. There the mind could go where it pleased. Aha! Compared with the Egyptians, we are childish mathematicians, observes Plato. India, too, made notable contributions in this field. But sooner or later, if the activity of the mind is restricted Anywhere it will cease to function, even where it is allowed to be free. Today in India, the triumph of the spirit over the mind is complete, and wherever Buddhism, the great product of the Indian spirit, has prevailed, the illustrious of all that is of this earth, and the vanity of all research into its nature, is the center of the faith. As in Egypt, the priests saw their opportunity. The power of the Brahmins, the priestly caste, and of the great Buddhist hierarchy is nothing less than stupendous.
The circle is complete. A wretched populace with no hope, save in the invisible,
and a priesthood whose power is bound up with the belief in the unimportance of the visible, so that they must forever strive to keep it an article of faith. The circle is complete in another sense as well. The wayfarer sheltering for the night in an abandoned house does not care to mend the roof. The rain drops through, and a people living in such
wretchedness
that their one comfort is to deny the importance of the facts of earthly life will not try to better them. India has gone the way of the things that are not seen until the things that are seen have become invisible. That is what happens when one course is followed undeviatingly for ages. We are composite creatures, made up of soul and body, mind and spirit. When men's attention is fixed upon one to the disregard of the others, human beings result who are only partially developed, their eyes blinded to half of what offers and the great world holds. But in that antique world of Egypt and the early Asiatic civilizations, that world where the pendulum was swinging ever further and farther away from all fact, something completely new happened. The Greeks came into being, and the world as we know it began. End of chapter. So that's why modern science puts so much stock into mathematics. It's pretty good. Yeah. Thanks for joining me. Alright, I'm going to come out and take a look around, see what's going on, and get set up for the next one. Be out with a bit. The legendary Pelasgian and Atlantean Empire, which is the common background beyond the Pelasgians for various cults and legends related to Sirius, Atlantis, the Garden of Hesperidi, the lore about the eternal spring and paradise on earth. Poseidon, Palladium, Athena, Perseus, the Amazons, and Atlas. Various interrelated data and evidence disclose the existence of a prehistoric vast empire and a series of legendary kings who ruled over the known world throughout Africa, Europe, Asia. Valencia Straighton, 1927. Let us present some of this evidence. The Egyptian high priest and master of secrets, Manetho from Sebennytos, in the Delta, 3rd century BC, had calculated a total length of 24,925 years for the three divine dynasties of the gods, the demigods, and the Mani, aka forefathers or spirits of the dead, who had ruled in the beginning over the plains of the Nile. The oldest surviving reference to Manetho's E.G. Typica is that of Jewish historian Josephus in his work Against Apion, Fragmenta Historicorum
Grecorum.
Historicorum Gregorium, Armenian version of Vesuvius Chronica, Manetho from Syncelis, the Memphite theology, the Palermo and Cairo stone, the Turin royal canon, king list dated to 13th century BC. Then we should add another 5,264 for the following dynasties of mortal kings, according to Eusebius, beginning with Minos and ending with Artaxerxes Ochus. Finally, another 340 years, until the time of Augustus, when Christ was born. Thus, we have a total of 30,529 years to the beginning of our era. Researchers had already observed the difference between lunar and solar years, so the initial number of circa 25,000 years could be equivalent to 2,206 solar years. According to Manetho, the first king who had reigned over the valley of the Nile, predating even Ouranos, was Hephaestus, Vulcan, as the god of fire, of sun, and of light. In its temple in Memphis, the god was associated with a pygmy, Herodotus. In Homeric times, a colony of dwarves existed south of the mouth of the Danube, near the Black Sea, Pliny and Homer in the Iliad. Diodorus of Sicily mentions also the rule of the sun. Helios equals Uranus equals Uranus, as the first deified king, along with Saturn, Cronus, who had ruled over the plains of the Nile. Moreover, he was considered the first king ruling over the regions near the Atlas Mountain, north of the Istru. The Atlantes, or inhabitants near the Atlas Mountain, near the Oceanos Potamos, according to Diodorus, excel among all the neighboring peoples for their particular piety and hospitality. In ancient Greek etymology, Uranus, as a personal name, derives from oros, with the Lonic suffix anos, meaning man from the mountain. His wife Gaia also had the epithet Orestera, according to Herodotus. Atlas was the name of a significant river which flew from the heights of Old Amos, Carpathians, and into the lower Istru, Van Goos, 1974. Importantly, Ouranos was considered to be the first king of the Pelasgian race, appearing also under the name Pelasgos. There are 6 proposed etymologies for this name: becoming old, old man, voyager, and the bird, stork. Travel at sea equals the sea mariner, roam the sea, leader of the neighboring people. The size of his body, his strength and beauty surpassed that of all other mortals. Together with the gifts of his soul, he was the first to teach humans to build huts, to make clothes. He forbade them to continue eating green leaves, weeds, and roots, some of which were inedible, and others dangerous to their health, allowing them only the use of the acorn of the oak for eating. Pausanias 8. According to the cyclist Aeschylus, supplement woman, Pelasgos was the son of Gaia. According to the grammarian Apollodorus, Pelasgos was the forefather of the Titans. Other ancient authors, scholars of Pendar, mention that Pelasgos was the first ancestor of the Hyperboreans, near the Atlas Mount Apollodorus. According to Diodorus Siculus, Ouranos' reign extended especially over the western and northern parts of the ancient world, especially at Dodona, one of the sacred Pelasgian cities, Oranos, was also venerated under the name Zeus. Anaxi, Pelasgikos, Jupiter, Imperator Pelasgus. In Homer's Iliad, Achilles invokes him under his name. He was the lord over the mountains of Dodona. According to the ancient traditions, the reign of Oranos, Pelasgios, and its pastoral tribes had extended from northern Europe to the southern areas, and beyond the Mediterranean to the plains of the Nile. It is worth mentioning that the Pelasgians had been the only people of the ancient world to which was attributed a divine origin, probably due to their extraordinary intelligence, their mortal and physical qualities, and their amazing deeds and works. The second deified king was Saturn, who also reigned over Egypt, over the vast territory reaching from Libya to the Western Ocean. He was the main divinity of the population subjected to Carthage, and remained as the predominant cult and religion even after Roman conquest. Diodorus, Dionysus, Halicarnassus, and in other African areas.
Mauritania and Numidia.
Mauritania and Numidia. He was venerated as an ancient national divinity, under the name Dominus Saturnus. A similar form of government can be found among the Hyperboreans. Hecatatus wrote that the descendants of King Boreas reigned politically over the sacred island of the Hyperboreans, being the administrators of Apollo's great temple. Diodorus of Sicily over the Dacians, Strabo, and the Pelasgian tribes of Cappadocia. The later Pelasgian communal style of living dated back to the blessed times of Kronos, Justinus Historium. The kingdom of Babylonia, which was founded in Lower Mesopotamia by one so-called Belus, Philo, of Byblos, Phoenician history, who was the son of Saturn, who was the son of Saturn I and brother of Saturn II, was an integral part of the Pelasgian Empire. Its inhabitants were named Chaldeans. They did not belong to the Semitic race. Second Book of Kings 18, Isaiah 36. Later on, they represented only the class of the priests, occupying themselves with astronomical observations and prophecies. The Chaldeans called Saturn Helu and claimed that he predicted the greatest number of phenomena and the biggest, Diodorus. Another interesting fact was that they believed in the immortality of the human soul, Pausinus, a belief that we find in other Pelasgian nations, such as the Hyperboreans, Plato, the Geti, and the Dacians, Herodotus. The doctrine was not of Semitic origin. It doesn't appear even in the laws of Moses. According to Cicero, Chaldeans were originally from the Caucasus, perhaps meaning the vast system of mountains from the north of the lower Danube. Diodorus mentions that Uranus had been busy for a long time with the observation of celestial phenomena. He was a prominent astronomer, even prophesizing many things which happened in the sky. In other traditions, the beginnings of astrology were attributed to Atlas, the famous king from the country of the Hyperborean, Diodorus. Plato mentions that the Hyperboreans had been the first to consider the universe as a sphere, at the center of which was the earth. Perhaps in this deep knowledge of cosmos and universe forged the legend that the entire universe was supported on Atlas' shoulders. Pliny, Historia Naturalis. Unfortunately, after becoming master of the ancient world, Saturn had to wage two harsh and fatal wars, one against Osiris, who had proclaimed himself king of Egypt, and the other with his son, Zeus, whose wars were called the Second Titanomachy in ancient Greek literature. Osiris was called Dionysos by the Greeks, Herodotus, and Diodorus. His father, as he asserted, had been Ammon, Oranos, the king of Libya and Egypt, Diodorus. According to ancient traditions, Osiris had been reared either in Nysa in Arabia or at Nysa near the river Triton in Libya, where he had received instruction in all the branches of ancient sciences. According to other traditions, Saturn had three sons. Homer, the Iliad. Typhoon was called by the Greeks Philo, Diodorus. Typhoon was called by the Greeks Seth, Philo, and Diodorus, as called by the Egyptians Plutarch, and Ahriman in the religious traditions of Persia and Bactria. Osiris or Dionysos, and three, Zeus. The war between Osiris, Zeus, and Seth typhoon was called gigantomachy in ancient Greek literature. Concerning the ancient Pelasgian symbols, the raven was a symbol of Seth, of the Hyperboreans, Apollo, Herodotus. Saturn and Mithra, Varro, mentions that the name of Saturn derives from Satis, meaning the sown field. On the other hand, typhoon, according to the poet Quintus, was from Gaia Millenia, or Terra Nigra, the fertile dark soil of humid areas. Typhoon was associated with the ass, like Hephaestus with the Eleusinian mysteries, the mysteries of Cybele, Hestia, and Dionysus. Apollo was also Hyperborean, Cicero, and Diodorus. His sister, Artemis, spent time, according to the poet Pindar, in the country near the Istru, Olympians. One of his famous temples was situated on the holy island of the mouths of the Danube, Diodorus, which was called Luki Alba. I think that's the name of our supergroup now. Lyca. In ancient times and known today as Serpent's Island. Apollo was especially venerated in all the religions of the Exene Pontos too. Additionally, Achilles and his Myrmidons, a Pelasgian tribe, was strongly related to the area. In a fragment of the 7th century lyric poet Alcaeus, he was called the ruler of Scythia. Artentus from Miletus and his post-Homeric epic Atropos told the story of Achilles' death and funeral, according to which Achilles' body was not buried in the Troad, but it was snatched from the pyre by Thetis and brought to Lyke, the White Island. Another Pelasgian ruler was Neptune. Ancient Greek traditions remind us that initially he had reigned over the country of the Hyperboreans, but after the dethronement of Saturn, Plato, Critias, and the great empire of the ancient world having been divided, Neptune had received the territory called Atlantis. That territory, which Plato called Atlantis, had in the beginning the name Etheria, a Pelasgian word, altered in Greek literature, synonymous with Terra or Gaia. Now, in the last, that's the second time now that I've heard that the Atlanteans were Pelasgian. In the tablets of Linear B scripture of from Pylos, Pelea is also referred among other deities. Pelea is related to Poseidon, protector god of Pylos. The ceremonies of sanctification were held on their altars, altar of Pelea. For Pelea, the offerings included a golden cup and a woman. The deity has been correlated with Phersepasa, Persia, namely Persephone in Mycenaean Greek, but this view is not widely accepted. Palmer, 1963. Emphylidaia was a princess of Thessalian origin, one of the lovemates of Poseidon, and the mother of the giants Odos and Iphiates, Odyssey, Apollodorus, Metamorphosis. In fact, she was also a Crothian deity who was celebrated in Bodian, Anthedona, Naxos, and Caria. Probable her area of origin. Finally, Diphia was a deity of Pamphylia, or the female alternative of Zeus, later known as Dion. See Sacred Pelele of Dodona. One must not forget also that since the Homeric epos, the Pelasgian god Poseidon was related to the planet Saturn. Wood, 1991. Hesiod, Astronomy, explicitly stated that in the name of the Asteriums is in the doves, Pleiades.
Arnold Pleiades, Village 2006 p40.
Explicitly stated that the name
of the asterism is the doves, Pleiades, and not Pleiades. Billick, 2006, p40.
Pleiades and not Pleiades. Finally, some say that Atlas himself was once king of Arcadia and of the Pelasgians. Dionysius of Halicarnassus refers to Dardanus' original home as being situated in Arcadia, where Dardanus and his elder brother Lassos reigned as kings following Atlas. On the other hand, if Scholius of Apollodorus borrowed information from Athenian, who had written a comedy called The Samothracians, according to which he spoke of two, Cabiri Dardanus and Lasian, and the ancient mystic tradition of
Same
Greece.
old Thracians. Same old Thracians. Well, that last one was a little long in the tooth, wasn't it? All right, well, that's going to do it for the Pelasgians and the Hyperboreans. I got a little Atlantean. What you guys think about the whole Pelasgian thing? I'd like to hear some comments.
Dennis Surratt argues in his book Atlantis and Reign of the Giants that scientists at any one time and over centuries offer different and differing theories and interpretations about everything from the nature of celestial body to the composition of atomic particles. But he also argues that the human imagination is a source of knowledge that is consistent. It continues to bring forward new forms of ancient schemes. Among such schemes are views of Atlantis, the deluge, the giants. There is no discussion at this point at the nature of imagination or intuition. He states that science is what a scientist says it is, a view that came into its own 2 decades later. Science is a social construct. By failing to distinguish between science as a body of knowledge and science as an embodiment of a method, a self-correcting mode of inquiry if done right, the notion of measurement goes out the window. By failing to distinguish between science as a body of knowledge and science as an embodiment of a method, a self-correcting mode of inquiry, the notion of measurement goes out the window. This leaves the door unlocked for popular theories that seem to account for a wide array of prehistoric and ethnographic anomalies. Orbigaryism, the cosmogony of the Austrian engineer. According to Zacharias Sitchin, a race of super beings who about 450,000 years ago landed on Earth and created the human race to act as slaves to mine for the gold that they so desired. These human-like beings were the inspiration for the gods of ancient times, and they bear such names as Marduk, Enlil, Enki, Osiris, Seth, etc. They are described in Akkadian and Sumerian texts as the Anunnaki, and they are named in Genesis the Elohim and Nephilim, those who from heaven to earth came, or fallen ones, or men. In the book of Genesis, the Egyptians knew them as the Neter. Their males cohabited with female apes, and through genetic engineering created the human race. It is a complex story, and their presence are recorded in the ancient texts of the world's major religions. It seems they were giants. I don't think we have any part of us in us that's an ape. I don't think we come from apes. Maybe aqua apes, but not savanna apes. Next to the theory of Velikovsky and Sitchin, Surratt's reaches based largely on the writings of Bellamy and Allen are tame stuff. I wish they wouldn't put Velikovsky with Sitchin. They have nothing in common, except they're both from Russia. Yet they predated the works of these Russian thinkers and appeared in 2 books originally published in regular editions. That's good enough. He reads the books that convey his speculations on planetary formation and the evolution of various species of early life in a style characterized by high spirit, dramatic expression, bold exaggeration, and disdain for the accepted opinions of the scientific establishment. I like that. Readers today rarely encounter the original editions and have to make do with mass-market paperback reprint editions with bright maroon and gold covers. Copies were issued in the tens of thousands by Seurat. They flooded the French language book market and brought Seurat's name into a sphere of controversy. Seurat wrote with equal fluency in French and English. There's a lot of that book that I enjoyed, and that is Atlantis and the Giants. He has another one that I would like to check out, but it's in French, and that is Planet of the Insects. I wish I could read a little bit of that. It sounds interesting. It consists of about 2/3 of the text, original French. Missing are chapters on the relevance of his argument to theosophical ruminations, dream analysis. Did you notice that when you talk about Atlantis and Lemuria, you're always really close to the Rosicrucians or the Theosophists? It seems to go like hand in hand for some reason. I haven't figured out why yet. They must really think it. Here he gets, I don't know, a little bit kind of off the tracks for a minute. Let's see. Well, you see, that could just easily be planets. From archaeological remains, from ethnological reports, folk beliefs, and from the intact record of the imagination of man, what there is of it, there may have been more than 3 early lunar bodies, perhaps as many as 5, 6, or 7. Whatever their number, the fate of each satellite was the same. It wanders in from the solar system. It approaches the orbit of the Earth. It is captured by the Earth's gravitation. Eventually, its orbit begins to decay. It orbits closer and closer to Earth. It breaks up, leaving a trail, rather like the rings of Saturn. Oh, how convenient that he mentioned Saturn. You know, our moon isn't getting closer. It's getting further away. Whatever remains eventually crashes into the Earth. Okay. These crashes are cataclysmic in terms of the planet and embed evidence in the geological record. But what is unprecedented in the scenario thus described, as interpreted through Bellamy and Allen and Seurat, is that during the eons of orbital decay, the gravity of the lunar body raises the planet's water level in a belt around the equator, reducing the mountain peaks to mere islands in a near global sea. This tidal bulge accounts for features of early life forms. After each cataclysm, the rate of the Earth's rotation around the Sun has changed, so that under tertiary conditions, under Luna 3, until its crash, and the capture of the Moon, a day was longer than a day is now. For 290 days comprised the solar year, a detail noted by students of the ancient calendars of Tiwanaku. Well, we think that it was a drama with planets, but it's okay, you know. You still never know what you might learn. Periods of decreased gravity accelerated species evolution, as recorded by the fossil record. And what creates fossils? For instance, the primary period produced giant plants and insects. The secondary period produced giant animals. The third period produced the mammals. Notably, a giant race of what might be termed near men. Tertiary period has been equated with the Pleistocene, so it concluded some 30,000 years ago. I remember seeing something about a Pleistocene comet too that crashed into Greenland. The capture of the present moon is said to have occurred about 12,000 years ago, apparently well within the ancestral record of man. Thus, creationists should be heartened to read that there was a Noahian flood, but disheartened to learn that there were at least 2 earlier near-global deluges. Evidence exists wherever it may be encountered. How else is one to explain the anomalies to be found on the shores of Lake Titicaca? The Tiwanaku civilization was that of an advanced society of early seafarers, despite the fact that in their site today, located in the Andes, is one of the highest on Earth. They left behind gigantic ruins of structures that seem to have served the needs of giants. Such construction may still be found there, also on Easter Island, at Karnak, and Stonehenge, and on some Pacific islands. The giants that arose during the period of Luna II were the good giants. Those that arose during Luna III were the bad giants. Another word for good giant is god, for bad giant, ogre. And in Greek philosophy, the first are the Titans, the second the Olympians. In the dreams of the human species, the Golden Age lives on. Atlantis is the name that Plato gave to the legend of one specific sunken city, but it may well be applied to any. The legend of one and all, to any and all, the deluge places and civilizations of early men and giants, the casualties of successive creations. Is primitive man a newcomer to the planet, or is he a survivor of a previous calamity? And the giants? It seems they came from mountainous regions of the planet that enjoyed decreased gravity. They resembled human beings in most ways, but stood between 12 and 15 feet high. The earliest giants assisted mankind. The later ones thwarted them. Those beings that did not die of natural causes or from accidents were hunted down by men and killed. Samson and Goliath are the names of remembered giants of the distant past, just as the names and deeds of Kronos and Zeus are preserved in ancient myth. There is evidence of the use of advanced technologies by man in the prehistoric past, as well as evidence that leads one to infer the existence of a race of giants with a race of men. Particularly suggestive are the gigantic stones and monoliths studied by archaeologists among the Malekula group in New Guinea, and the structures of the Toltecs in present-day Mexico. We assume that science is a feature of the modern world, and it certainly is, but ancient peoples had their own forms of science. For there are many sciences, using the plural word in the sense of explanations, and not necessarily natural or realistic explanation, or rationalistic explanations. The sciences of earlier civilizations were of psychic or spiritual in nature, whereas ours is one of the physical or material variety. Common to ancestral tradition and the beliefs of ancient peoples is the view that the civilization of the world, far from progressing, is in a state of decline, almost to the point of barbarism, I'll say. The modern view is that history is the record of progress from the world dominated by superstition to one guided by rationality and science. Hardly. We're still emotional and superstitious. But the traditionalist interpretation is that we are witnessing a disastrous decline in quality in the face of the rapid rise of quantity. Amen. It's been like that for, it's a long time, but just mostly for the last 20 or 30 years. Everything has to be supersized. Everything is always about size. It's ridiculous. Legends of senior civilizations in the past, lost technologies of great power, sunken cities of incredible beauty, and survivors of giant races. In fact, it's pretty safe to say we have everything just about upside down, don't we? All of these and more are preserved in traditions of the world's ancient peoples. The existence of giants is taken for granted by the author of Genesis and other books of the Bible. The mythology of ancient Greece offers the 4 ages of man, which could have been inspired by dim recollections of, at the very least, the collision of Luna 3 with the Earth, or Venus. Confirmations are found, or near collision, in the form of artifacts and legends, and the beliefs of ancient Egypt, the Semitic peoples, Abyssinia, Rwanda, China, and Tibet. The argument is taken thus far in the 10 chapters that appear in Atlantis and the Giants. Reading between the lines, it is possible to see that the arguments should be taken with a grain of salt. The author is well aware that nothing remains the same for long. Indeed, it does not. As well, adapting at reading literary texts and entering into the imaginary worlds of writers of poetry and fiction, he finds it easier to accept and remain within the general conceit than step outside it and access it. It is useful to quote the conclusions he reaches. Even if all this should prove to be wrong, in 20 or 30 years' time, which seems to be a very long lifetime for an idea in these fields, we shall remain grateful to Horbiger for being the first to give us a reasonable picture. A departure platform which enabled us to travel back 30,000 years, back to Tiwanaku and the Giants. Even if Horbiger, Bellamy, and myself are entirely in error, other things undreamt of have happened on the face of the earth, not so very different from our imaginings. There may have been no Horbigerian satellites, no Bellamy savages, and no giants, but there must have been planets most mysteriously formed, human beings full of inconceivable tricks and ideas, monsters 15 feet high using highly complicated tools and looking astonishingly like men. Good evening. I've decided to put this King Arthur video together. Well, there are 2 gentlemen who live in Wales. Their names are Wilson and Blackett. A very good documentary researcher that lives in Wales named Richard Hall has probably 10 or 15 hours of programs on Wilson and Blackett, and it covers the whole
King Arthur saga.
Apparently, King Arthur was indeed real, and actually there was 2 of them. Now, Ramon claims there was 4, but 2 of them were somewhat insignificant. The first King Arthur, it looks like he lived in the 400s. That would be the 5th century. He had a son named Theodorus, who had a son named Theodore, who had a son named Theophalt, who had a son named Tudrig, who had a son named Murig. He had 5 sons. He had a son named Arthur Yurter Pendragon. I always wondered where that name came from. And he was indeed married to a Guinevere? I got it. Just to set the record straight, there are a lot of myths about King Arthur, but King Arthur was indeed a real king. In fact, there were 2 of them, and that's something that I just recently learned. But there's the genealogy. For more in-depth details on all of that, I will leave a link to a playlist of all of Richard Hall's King Arthur videos. Okay. King Arthur in America. The stories of King Arthur and his knights have long fascinated readers, young and old alike. Some of America's most prominent writers and artists, from Mark Twain to Howard Pyle to F. Scott Fitzgerald to John Steinbeck, have treated the legends in their work. The influence of the legends extends well beyond into literature and American popular culture. From the early 20th century youth group, the Knights of King Arthur, which became a model for Sir Baden-Powell's Boy Scout movement, to advertise, architecture, food, products, toys, games, graphic novels, comic books, popular music, and of course, television and the movies. Beginning with early silent films, like Thomas Edison's Knights of the Square Table, or The Grail, 1917, over the years, in fact, the Arthurian legends have influenced some of America's most iconic figures, from Frank Lloyd Wright and Charles Lindbergh to John F. Kennedy and even Elvis Presley. Most people know that already, but here's something that most people do not know. In AD 562, Britain was struck by a comet, or the planet Mars maybe. This great catastrophe that devastated and destroyed most of the great island. The majority of the large population, between 9 and 10 million, were annihilated. The lands were contaminated and diseased, and it was death to enter these great wastelands for around 7 to 11 years. This gigantic disaster is one of the major events in British history. It is probably the cause of the Roman Church insisting that no stone could ever fall from heaven onto planet Earth, until the Church was compelled to admit the truth when a large shower of meteorites landed near the French village in AD 1803, and Velikovsky covered that in Worlds in Collision. I remember reading it. 2 things then happened as the Anglo-Saxon and Jute people swarmed into empty and largely depopulated lands, where the survivors were struggling to restore their devastated and destroyed country. This was to become ludicrously known as the Anglo-Saxon Conquest. The second disaster was the arrival in coastal eastern Britain of Austin in AD 597, sent from Rome to preach Catholicism to the immigrant pagan Angles and Saxons. I'm wondering where they would get a name like Angles and where they would get a name of Saxons. Often wondered that. Rome was seizing the opportunity to get into apostolic Christian Britain. The religious wars that went on for centuries were about to commence. The word religious war, I don't know, it's kind of an oxymoron. In the confusions of destruction and widespread disease resulting from these comet impacts, King Arthur II had evacuated the army to Brittany. Brittany and Normandy were British territories until AD 952. He returned to Britain as the diseases abated. His brother had sailed west in search of new lands. In his History of the Franks, then living Gregory of Tours, a contemporary writer, records that the 2 islands in the sea, Britain and Ireland, were on fire from end to end at a date which is easily fixed at 562 AD. This would be the disaster resulting from the comet debris striking large areas of Britain and Ireland. King Arthur and his voyage to America and his burial. Madoc Morfarn, the Cormorant, some of these words are really hard to pronounce for me, a brother of Arthur II, had sailed west in search of new lands, which might be a place where people could live. In AD 572, Madoc returned after 10 years, that's a long time, and detailed the discovery of America. In AD 573, Admiral Gwynedd sailed to confirm Madoc's star reckonings, and in 575, Arthur II, Madoc, and Amwen sailed in a 700-ship fleet for America. All this is absolutely provable, and again, bad news for Rome. The Gwarchan Mildrew and other records place the Prince Madoc being at sea for 10 years. And so, from 562 to 572, there is an array of physical evidence and inscriptions in the Colburn alphabet on the east coast and midwest of North America. Maelgwn was then elected in AD 580. In AD 574, Arthur is said by Taliesin to have been ear towards that which is beyond America for 4 years. This brings us to 578, when he was assassinated. There's not very much on that. I wish there would be more, but there isn't. Then this body was kept under an overhang for the winter and brought back to Britain in the spring to summer of 579 for burial. This is clearly the best recorded funeral in British ancient history, which is why Arthur II is claimed to be untraceable. Melweg was then elected in AD 580. Everything fits into place from data in these records. So there were two powerful kings named Arthur, and to avoid the enmity and wrath of London and Rome, these were welded together into one great king. Burial of Arthur II. And that's what we're going to hear. So I hope you enjoyed the show. I just wanted to fill you in on the history there. David Icke wrote that. Shifu Ramon will regale us with how this all came about. I'm all ears and I can't wait to hear. So without further ado, here's Ramon.
Looking at the runes that are on the rocks. So they weren't looking at it from a plasma script sort of perspective. They were looking at it from a diffusion perspective, coming out of England, Wales. And they had good reason for that, because the runes here are translatable, and there is a culture called the Fort Ancient that they do not understand exactly why these people changed from the Hopewell into the Fort Ancient culture. And although they use conical mounds, there is a difference in the behaviors of the Fort Ancient culture versus the Hopewell, and it's very mysterious. And they're also a very defined area, starting at the Falls of the Ohio and coming over into the central of Kentucky and up into the southern Ohio. Mm-hmm. Okay, this is really important, and we're going to come back to it.
Okay.
Now, as I was working with them, I started to learn more and more about the work of Wilson and Blackett.
Okay.
And Wilson and Blackett, they are kind of, in my mind, amateur legends. They went forward and did Arthur research using the Welsh stones and came to amazing conclusions, and then even found the headstone of King Arthur. And they published a book on it. They just followed it all like the breadcrumbs, So they would just follow the trail, and they would come to the conclusions that they would come to. I'm going to change to not speakerphone because my family's making a lot of noise.
I don't hear anything, but okay.
Well, I know, but it's there. Okay, so along somewhere in there, I started to learn about the electric universe stuff, and I started making my own discoveries. Some things started to overlap.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, and so as I'm reading Wilson and Blackett, I start thinking about what they're really doing in terms of the cosmic hill and the Saturnian myth. Mm-hmm. And now comes to the thing that really threw me, which I did not know, that Camelot was a bastardization, or a kind of a derivative through the French of the original words in Cumric, Caer Melon, where Caer is a hill fort, and Melon means yellow-brown, kind of a yellow-brown, exactly like the color of Saturn.
Mm.
Yes. Now, I started to think about the potential of looking at the entirety of the Arthurian tradition, which is derived out of Troy. The whole reason they were called Brits is because of Brutus of Troy.
Mm.
This entire tradition may have been a very ancient Saturnian tradition that was displaced due to cataclysms and such, and that fled up that way, later on becoming Christian, of course, by the time of Arthur. And but early Christian, right? Not anything like we would recognize, but definitely Christian nonetheless. And that this culture had ancient throwbacks to the Saturnian myths, the Talbot type myths, right? So this paper that I wrote is all about that, and I'm relying upon the works of Wilson and Blackett, because they took the time to get access. Now, a lot of people out there are going to have doubts about the Arthur tradition. I want to say, first of all, that whole saying, where there's smoke, there's fire, is definitely something I believe when it comes to myths, that if you have a myth, I am likely to believe that there is an origin for that, and I do not believe in, like, for example, people will say Jesus is there was a school of people and they're trying to convey this and that, and so they invented the perfect man. That kind of conspiracy theory, I think, has no basis there. It's pure conjecture.
In that part of the world, Arthur, the name Arthur is like, I don't know, it'd be equivalent to Caesar or even Moses. So I would be shocked if there never was a King Arthur, meaning it's synonymous with a great man.
Likely, you start with a seed of something and it becomes something else. The Tao Te Ching was probably written by a man who may have been Lao we don't know, but he probably wrote the first 2 verses. We know he didn't write all 81. You can tell that because the writing style changes, the penmanship style changes. We have now older copies of the Tao Te Ching, and we know for sure that it was modified between the oldest copy that we now have and the copy that everyone was relying upon for thousands of years. But that doesn't change the fact that at some point there was probably a guy, Lao Tzu. And same thing with Shakespeare, same thing with Homer. I have no doubt that there were original people who were the source of these stories. And Arthur is no less the case. In fact, there's a lot of evidence for Arthur. There's this entire thing that I didn't know about called the Land of Charter. The Land of Charters are the notes located in the margins of the Bible at the Land of Church in Wales, which chronicle land exchanges and title exchanges and other things that are political and church-state related between Arthur II's family and the church. So, for example, his grandfather, Tudrid, who we would call Theodoric in English, was excommunicated at one point for killing his own brother. And for a few years was an excommunicated patron, then was brought back into the church and enabled to be forgiven, and then by the time he dies becomes a saint. He does this by donating land for the church, because at that time the kings controlled all the land, and the church had to receive charters for their Okay, so this was not the typical way we look at the Roman Catholic Church. This was a much more contractual system. And so there was a lot of religious politics involved at that time between Arthur's family and the other. Now, there's more to the story in terms of which Arthur, because there's a 300-year gap in the stories of Arthur conquering Romans and then even penetrating into Europe and beating the Romans on their own turf before coming back to Britain. And then the Arthur who we have in the Land of Charters. So as it turns out, there's two Arthurs here.
Okay.
One is Arthur, and one is Arthwis.
Ah.
Let's call them Arthur 1 and 2. Now, there's two other ones, but they're named after Arthur II and Arthur I, because these were Arthurs that were, let's see if we can create, if you name the second one after the first and it turns out really well, then maybe the third one will, be the next come. But it wasn't to be. I mean, long term, the immigration of Germanic peoples and Nordic peoples to the region, to the island, and to particularly England, Logres, there was just too much coast for the kingdoms in Glamorgan and Gwent to control. But they controlled the best port, and so for a long time they were able to hold it. Now, how were they able to hold it? Unlike where Caesar encountered people who would give up fairly easily, they used these systems of hill forts. And these hill forts were arranged in rings, which provided for mutual defense. And so let's see what page we can see. We're going to skip ahead of that and then come back.
Okay.
Okay, so page 7 contains the Caerleon fort system example.
Okay.
Now, the Roman site in the center there by the river Usk is what people claim is a Arthurian age, but the problem is it was built on flat ground and it's in a square and it's obviously Roman. The real Caerleon is over to the west of that, and it's up on a hill. All of these sites that you see here are all hills, and they arrange them in a ring. Okay, now the thing that blew me away is that there is a couple of these rings which are in a hexagon shape. Now, that's a convenient shape. That's a convenient strategic shape, but it is also a shape that's associated with Saturn.
Yes,
now,
it is.
Going back to Camelot itself, if you go back up to page 2,
Okay.
Wilson and Black had identified a large egg-shaped hill, and roughly egg-shaped, which is also near one of the only natural springs in all of Wales, which is a sulfur spring. So now they have a yellow spring next to an egg-shaped hill, which has references to this day to the yellowness, and we believe that there are ruins that have that were there and then also have been removed by archaeologists. And they step through it in their books, so I definitely recommend people to get their books. If you have trouble, we can. I know the guy who has the copyright currently. We can help you get the books. I obviously definitely recommend if you can find a copy of Artorius Rex Discovered. Also, the King Arthur Conspiracy is another one.
Okay.
But they tend to be expensive books, but believe me, they're worth it. And so using that, we actually went and scanned this hill and got a good, and it's a strategically powerful place. This is where if you wanted to put Camelot anywhere, you would definitely put it up there. I learned from their work that the round table was not just a physical table, but it was a concept of all these kings come together. They weren't knights at all. They were kings. And they all had their own hill forts, in which they were kings over the lands around them. And they would come together and they would elect a high king. Arthur II's family was
We're going to take a pause in about 10 minutes, and I'm going to get your thoughts.
descended from Arthur I, who was descended from Brutus of Troy, right? So they had the most legitimate claim going back. So again, the concept, the archetype of the father begetting the son comes again. I think most people are familiar with that concept from our own, heir, believing in inheritance. But originally, that is coming from the exchange of energy, the plasma exchange, going from Saturn to Jupiter, and then from Jupiter to, I think, Mars. But at any rate, so a lot of this paper, I talk about the real King Arthur myths versus what have come down to our romantic beliefs. If you look on page 4, there's a table And then here's another correction. There were 4 Arthurs, not just 3. I learned later there was a 4th one, but you get the point. So you have Arthfael and Arthwis, and then Arthfael II. So these are the 3 different King Arthurs. And then he had multiple Guinevere wives. And you have, the just various things about Merlin and, his battle with Mordred. All of that stuff, which is real, and then there's other things that are just completely made up, and they're part of the romantic. So we've been completely tricked in our culture into what we should believe, and I can't underestimate the power of that to control a culture's understanding. Now, the reason why this happened is after the Welsh were finally defeated by the English, they were still difficult to control because they had their own language. So in the late Middle Ages, it was made illegal for them to teach or write in Cymric. And in fact, the teachers were removed and only English teachers were installed. The entire country was taken over by the import of royal blood from England, from Anglo-Saxon. So they weren't defeated. They weren't defeated militarily. They were defeated politically and with savvy, which is smart.
Yeah.
Because they had learned from the Romans a lot of strategy that was really quite brutal. I mean, one example is they would surround the Picts, and then they would build a wall around the Picts, and they would make a fortress out of them, and then starve them to death, which is a really smart technique. But they were just really difficult to attack. So instead, they were defeated with political cunning and savvy. Ever since, Wales has always been part of the United Kingdom. But they were not allowed for a long time to have their own teachers and teaching that language. And so to this day, very few people, not the majority of people in Wales will speak the Cymric. However, the names of the places and things there are still... they're strange. I mean, there's romanicized versions, anglicized versions of the names. Like I mentioned, Tudrig is Theodoric, and Muerig, his son, is Maurice, and of course, as I mentioned, Arthwis is Arthur. On page 5, you can see the names of these British kings on the left in the Welsh stones. Okay, these are stones that are carved. They're often strewn about the countryside and left in carports at churches, just laying around for anyone to walk up and see in Wales. And then you can see that there are analogs of Roman names over on the right. And now a lot of people are going to say, well, these don't seem similar enough, but some of them are uncanny. And so what if it's possible that for a while the Roman Empire was controlled there at Glamorgan and Gwent? It's possible. I'm not making that assertion, but they are apparently. The bottom line, though, is that I feel that there is a strong connection of the Saturn myth and the legitimacy of the original line of kings. And in fact, that this line of kings knew also about North America, which is going to come in handy later. In terms of looking at the on page 10, you can see on the cover, you can see the headstone that they found, which, by the way, is now in America. It's been shipped out of England because, again, I know the guy who purchased the copyright. Well, he also got the stone because the government there would not declare that it was legitimate, and so it couldn't be called a historical artifact. In order for them to call it a historical artifact, they'd have to admit that it was legitimate, and so they wouldn't. So now it's been shipped, and it's in America. And if people want to get involved in getting that stone displayed, George is always looking for help. So please reach out to me. Now, you can see Camelot is put in that image in figure 3 in the center of many different forts, and this is adjacent to the Caerleon system. So I think also that they would move about and reestablish these ring systems, if that makes sense. Like that they would have different ages of a hill fort system. But I think that they probably started off with the hexagon in mind, or other shapes like squares, the square and circle motif, the asymmetric octagons, and then they would move along. Of course, they have to build, using the hills that are most important. Figure 5 on the next page, I'm just talking about the cosmic mountain, and different cultures having different names, but it's one of the most ubiquitous, every culture having a cosmic mountain. And I want to point out that in China, the king himself is associated with the color yellow. Right, and this is more than one king associated himself with yellow. So this is why we think that Carmelen has to be in the center of the rings, because it would be the safest place for the High King.
Okay.
In order to survive, and then he would have to go and inspect all the different hill forts and kind of wander about. That would put him in danger. But in general, once the inspections are done, and everything is all the commerce is flowing correctly, going to the center, Camelot would be truly be a shining hill on a fort on a hill. That wouldn't be a big Norman style castle with big thick walls. It would be a little bit more porous, because the technology wasn't as high then as it is in the Dark Ages. And B, we'll talk about the Dark Ages in a second, but B, the political system, when they would be invaded, they would pull all the people into the cities, and then they would themselves use horses and cavalry to defend the plains, so the fighting would be kept away from the hill as much as possible. So they didn't need big thick. Now, as for Dark Ages, I want to understand, and this I learned after, studying from Michael Crichton, ironically enough. The Dark Ages were not really dark in terms of lamplight or something. They were dark because of the withdrawal of the Roman Empire, and so dark to us because we are the culture descendant of the Anglo culture, which is descendant of the Roman culture, right?
Okay.
And so there were other empires that had occupied those regions in Europe, like the Gauls and the Visigoths, etc. And they made technological advancements, because in the realm of war is or milling and granaries and things like that. So they made progresses. It wasn't completely dark. And it was also scientifically dark, but almost everywhere in the world was, really, if that makes sense. So the castles in Glamorgan and Gwent were not as advanced. And that's also why we don't find as much of them. You can still, though, go and find these stone walls that go around these hill forts up on the hills. When they haven't been destroyed and the neighborhood put up, you can find all that information still around. The stones, some of these churches that are more than 1,000 years old, sometimes almost 2,000 years old. And you can see where they had the church and then they moved it over here, because they were building with stones, but they weren't necessarily building like ancient Egypt here. I mean, some of this stuff it's really quite, how would you say, primitive, and compared to the Dark Ages kind of forts that we're used to. And the Roman stuff and the Norman stuff is what survives the ages. So the archaeologists look at it and go, well, this must be the real, origin. So Arthur must have been a Roman soldier. That's all nonsense.
Yes.
It's in the actual Welsh stones, who he was, who his family is, and the whole.
I want to share something with you. I'm coming out, but oh my God, I forgot. Hold on.
It's really quite how would you say, primitive compared to the Dark Ages kind of forts that we're used to.
I knew I'd remember.
And
Had to joggle my memory. I better blurt it out before I forget it again. You can't tell me that humans in the 12th and 13th century built those great big cathedral type churches all over Europe. They're mammoth. How could they have had the know-how to build those and make them to where they could be, even correct today? I mean, they're just as strong as ever. It's just, I don't know, it seems maybe it was a little bit beyond what you'd think they could have done back then. I just wanted to share that. Okay, so I've often thought about that. And let's see. Let's get the live chatters here. And switch screens. Get you on there. There you are. And boom. Okay. Yeah, well, that was pretty good. I enjoy, I know I switched gears kind of on there on you, but we had just we went through all the Pelasgian and stuff that I had that you haven't seen in a while. So I was thinking about King Arthur a week or so ago, and I thought, well, I want to pull out that chat that I had with Ramon about King Arthur in America. It's obviously very intriguing, and there are those, the marks they make. They call them something. I can't remember what they're called. They're like little tokens with some kind of an alphabet on them or something. But anyways, they're all over America. They ended up coming here and becoming natives. And they were actually the Welsh tribe. And that when I found that out from Ramon, that blew me away. I never knew that there were white Indians. I don't know what happened to them by the time, the colony got started and all that. But this was about 100 or 150 years before that, I guess. But yeah. And then there was another thing too. When one of the Spaniards came up to, they were obviously at war with Indians, and the famous chief, I think his name was Chief Joseph, surrendered and gave him a Sumerian tablet. And he said, "Where did you get this?" And he said, "You're not the only white man we've ever seen. There were white men through here before. They were very good to us. They were very, they treated them really good." And he gave, one of the white men gave that to him, and they were headed northwest. And, that was the double-headed eagle. And it's funny that when you see the Pelasgians, there's a crude double-headed eagle. So that kind of connects a dot, doesn't it? And I guess apparently their last stronghold was up in the Vancouver area. And the Pelasgians were probably the proprietors of Tartaria. I think that the Pelasgians were special. They had a lot of knowledge and probably did a lot of things too. They could have been giants too, for all I know. But yeah, that's all interesting to me. Very interesting. Runes, yes, thank you. Yes, that's I'm intrigued by the whole bloody history of the Britons, the Angles, the Saxons. I mean, oh man, it's just weird, I mean, they're all the same, but yet they got these little tribes and they're fighting. It just doesn't make much sense, does it? And I don't know. How you know one from the other? How do you know Angle from a Saxon? I mean, what are they? They're just the same kind of people. They just live on a different end of a different pissing ground or something. I don't know. But I don't know. from all that mess, I know I came. Which one? I do not know, but I feel a special tie with the people from Wales for some reason. Maybe that's where I'm from. I don't really know, but man, what a bloody, bloody past. And it's not isolated. It's like that for the whole world. We're just bloody creatures. Okay, who do we got here? The ones who control the money are responsible for this big effing mess. Yes, I agree. That's you know, they killed the fairness doctrine in the middle 80s, and well, you know, 5 corporations pretty much own everything in the media now. They got it locked up, so you can count on getting the wrong information from mainstream, because they're pretty much like Pravda, you know. But they're willing. They're not being forced. That's the only difference, I would imagine. I don't know. But isn't it something? You know, even though the mainstream media, like, take for example the Kennedy assassination, even though the mainstream media has been pounding Lee Harvey Oswald into the people's heads for 50 years, 90% of the people believe it was a conspiracy. So they have not helped their cause one bit. In fact, they probably hurt it, because they're so one-sided. And that's the way they are with everything. They're one-sided. They don't look at both sides. You know, an argument is supposed to benefit both parties, to have maybe a new perspective and make a new agreement and walk away willing to work with one another. But now it's just demagoguery, and I do what we say or else. I mean, it's unfortunate. It's sad, because it was never like that before. It just seems to be getting worse. I hope something happens soon that we can make things a little better, because they sure do need to be, don't they? All right, I don't want to be a buzzkill. I'm just going to show maybe another thing or two, and then go off into the sunset. I was into the King Arthur, so let's watch a little bit more of that, okay? And if anyone has a final request or something, just put it in capital letters, and I'll read it when I come back. I'll see you in 30 minutes. Is anyone in chat? Let me see. Did I name you guys? I don't think I did. Alchemy 88. We got Matt Villain 139. Red Dragon. Alchemy. Graycar. Deborah Sloan. And hello, Alchemy. You're having a good conversation tonight. Janice. And Johnny Big Spud. Retro Modern Art. And that's about it, I think. Mayerzy. And okay, I just wanted to pay my respects to everybody. I don't want to miss anyone. All right, now we'll get back to it with a little bit more of this King Arthur stuff. I think it's pretty interesting. Here we go. Thank you.
The Roman stuff and the Norman stuff is what survives the ages. So the archaeologists look at it and go, well, this must be the real, origin. So Arthur must have been a Roman soldier. That's all nonsense.
Yes.
It's in the actual Welsh stones, who he was, who his family is, and the whole tree is available. And Wilson and Blackett have in the text found all this information going back well beyond. Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think if there's anything else in this paper that's absolutely necessary to talk about. Now, I get into a lot of stuff that is just talking about Egypt and talking about the cosmic eye. There, of course, are connections to various father-son gods. And on page, looks like 23, I give an example of a situation where I have a map I created of the Arthurian, I guess the hill forts there in Wales. And I had predicted that if this was a hexagon system, there should be a fort in this circle. And guess what? Someone gave me as a gift another one of their books. And there is exactly a fort right in that system that we could open up the map even and show people. My map is technically public. It's, of course, being a Google map, it has a very long hashtag. I don't have a short. For the Hidden Kentucky project, I have a short, URL, but not for the other map. I can get it to you, and you can share, and we can explore.
I just
Google map.
put it in the video.
Yeah, but I mean an actual dynamic Google Earth map that they're actually able to scroll around themselves. We'll get you the link, and then you can put that in. Yes. I mean, it is really, really a lot of fun because it also has the Welsh stuff that we found in America.
Okay.
So, anyways, I was able to predict using the Saturn myth where I thought a hill fort should be, and then lo and behold, in another Wilson and Blackett book, there was a hill fort in that area. Mm-hmm. I call it a vague hexagon. And I just want to point out that the authority here that we're talking about is not much different than the Chinese concept of the will of heaven. And then, of course, you get into the floating island and the towering castles in the sky and all those kinds of ideas that harken to the Arthurian myth. I end this with conclusions, ? Because after all, it is a lot of mystery. We don't know enough. There's not enough research in the Arthurian tradition in terms of legitimate belief in him as a real person by academics. There is another work by Dr. Robert McCann, and he approaches it as a scholar should, as if he's a real person, and he goes through the myths. And of course, he's contemporary now, so he's able to get away with more. He is out of Oxford, and so he's able to look at it now. Now that the walls are coming down because of the internet, because there's more freedom now in the West than there was 20, 30, 40 years ago to talk about these things openly. And now for him, he starts Arthur in the north of Wales, but still Wales, not England. Folks, there was no Winchester at the time, right? That's all lies that have been put out by tourist agencies and English propaganda, because they needed to steal the myth in order to keep it the power for themselves, right? To rob the original people of their independence, right? Yes. These Celtic peoples that had a kingdom. They had a kingdom in Glamorgan in Wales, but they considered themselves the masters of the whole island, right? Mm-hmm. From the first Arthur, they had conquered they felt the whole thing, and then Ireland, and then Brittany over in the north of France was part of theirs. They controlled all those sea lanes, and they were fantastic seafarers and horsemen. Okay. And then over time, they granted lands to the Picts. And then the Anglos and the Saxons arrived, and the Nordic peoples, and sometimes they made war on them, and sometimes they let them go. And in the end, that did cost them, because the Visigoths were able to pierce right up, and the Vandals, right, go on up the middle, and cut the island in half. And, eventually they could no longer consolidate their power anymore. The world moved beyond the technology that they had. They were like the Chinese. They stayed in this old belief system. And this old belief system goes back to the reign of the above God. Okay, so now it's time for us to click on, I don't know if yours shows it, but mine shows related papers on the right. It says Uchel the High Lord. If yours doesn't say that, you can click the back and just go find Uchel.
Where's it at?
You can just click back and then go find it.
Okay. All right.
If you control F, UCH.
Control F. I got to remember that. That's handy. And then type in what now?
UCHEL. Yep.
And Shangdi?
Yeah, Shangdi. Shangdi it means the above God in the Chinese. All right, so now here's where things get really fascinating. There's an argument from the Victorian anthropologists and linguists that not that Kumeric isn't real, but that Kolbrin, the script, is not real. That Morgan Yolo invented this alphabet. Now, Morgan Yolo was a bard, and his tradition as a bard is to go around and collect stories and embellish the stories and add to the stories and sing the stories and receive patronage for the singing of stories around the fire and in the halls and etc. That's his job. It's not an academic job. It's a job of a man who's a bard. Now, he had to have something to base it from. So he had already a series of scripts, and then he added to those scripts, which is those runes. And the reason he did that was to improve the tradition. He was an excellent bard. He was quite a character, as all the great bards are. And he did make up stories. But there are also things that were obviously real Welsh myths that had come down from the ages. And just like Sequoia was, claimed that he invented an entire alphabet, this is impossible. And just not a thing that people, you and I can invent an alphabet. It doesn't mean anybody's going to use it. Okay? Right. This is an alphabet that already existed. So I wanted to show that through the plasma script, so this is my theory when I set out to write this paper, that the Kolbrin, like the Chinese scripts, which I had already, through a series of papers talking about sumo, talking about Shangdi and Dao, Shangdi, Heaven and Dao, talking about later on a Tai Chi paper, talking about these things, that there is a connection between these ancient scripts and the Saturn myths, and that these are plasma scripts. But now here's the logic. If these scripts, just like Hebrew and possibly Egyptian, come from symbols in the sky,
right,
then that establishes, because we know the scripts in China are real, that the Kolbrin is real too. You follow me?
Yes.
If there are scripts that show up in both, even though they're across the worlds from each other, and we are not maintaining that the Welsh and the Shang of China are related, then there is a reasonable suspicion that Kolbrin is a real runic system, which would make the Welsh language legitimate and all their stories legitimate, and then all of those archaeologists can go jump off a bridge, okay? Because they are lying to people, and
right.
they're perpetuating a myth that is you can't say racist, but it's definitely ethnist, right? It's an ethnocentric lie that Arthur is not real, or that if he's real, he must have come out of England. Okay, remember they were showing up, and then if you look though, the Y is the upside down of the T and TH,
mm-hmm.
and these are showing up in the Ohio River Valley. You saw those when we covered the stones in the last parts.
Yes.
Okay.
Amazing.
All right. So Yeah, it's really
just
quite
amazing. Yeah, it blows my
Now,
mind.
on figure 4 on page 6, we have an example of something that has been thrown under the bus by the mainstream archaeology,
Of course.
by people who didn't know anything about Welsh tradition, as a complete fabrication. On the left is the original, and then the right is the wax replica of the Grave Creek stone.
Okay.
Okay, now they can't translate that with anything else but Colburn. Nothing else. This is found in America.
Wow.
Okay?
Yeah.
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 All right, so
this
now-
is all new to me, so
Yeah, I
don't
understand.
worry about my lack of response. I'm just wowed.
Well, on page 7, you can see Wilson and Blackett step through, and then they start to actually, in the King Arthur conspiracy, they cover these different stones that are found in America that have no translation, according to archaeologists, because they're forgeries, they're fakes, they're hoaxes, elaborates. They never conformed at all to Ogham and Hebrew and all this stuff. Well, that's true, because they're not Ogham or Hebrew. They're Colburn. That X also shows up in the Chinese. Of course it does, because it's just an X. But the point is, later on, we see that the Kros is also associated with wind. Okay. But the main point here is that we're looking for a great at the Uchel. All right. So step to figure 6 on the next page, you can see the etymology of mankind in Chinese. And you can see that we are getting different references to it looks like a thunderbolt.
Yes.
Right. But also there is over there on L31206, you can see the man who looks like he's bending over, and you can also see the legs of the god. And we start to see these plasma scripts. And of course, in this paper, I don't spend a long time going over that stuff because I covered it all in another paper, Shangdi, Heaven and Tao. So if people want to know about that, they should look at the Sumo paper and the Shangdi, Heaven and Tao paper, and all about the Shangdi and the origins of those symbols. I do mention them down below. On page 8. Gao, great man with the one line above. But then Tai, which means the highest or greatest, has a little penis. Now the penis, the little penis there, is also in the word de, as in Dao De Jing. And that de, when you look at the etymology for de, you find 2 spheres that are connected with some kind of like thing. And it does look like a scrotum. And if you recall, Zeus castrated Kronos, right? And he lost the 2 testicles. But it might have been that there was a plasma stream that was streaming between them, and then that was cut off and ended.
Yes.
So there's all these phallic references. All right, so you can see the etymology of big or da there in figure 7 on the next page, and you can see most definitely that is our squatter man.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
There you go. I mean,
sure.
J23197. Okay, so we're looking for the similarities here with the other. Now, if you scroll down on figure 7, you can see also some of the origins for the above are clearly the boat motif with something in the center. Yes. What is that something in the center? If you referred back to the last paper we were just looking at, in Kentucky, we have a relief that is a hexagon shape with a raised a central sphere. And we know it's a partial sphere because when you look at a ball at a direction, you don't see half of the ball. You see like maybe the top 1/3. Mm-hmm. Okay. And that's exactly how that relief is done. And so here, what I'm speculating is that dot is Mars, and that the crescent is exactly as Dave Talbot has described. It is the glowing coming from below, and it's able to rotate. Okay, and then that symboled the above god. So we know that the Shang here is describing originally Saturn, and then has come to signify the Lord. And you can also see some of these look like a person in prayer. So you have a signifying a person who is subject to that Lord. When you get down to the next page, you have D, and you have symbols in D. You can see the hexagonal aspects, but you can also see some of the etymology for heaven, which because D has the Tien symbol in it, which means heaven. And so you have in Tien, you have the etymology. You can clearly see now we have the squatter man undergoing some kind of electrical phase change, and possibly references also to the thunderbolt. It's not exactly clear there. I think perhaps a Parat instability.
Yes.
As it was developing. Okay. All right. Are you following with me so far?
Oh yeah.
Looking at the Chinese. We're looking at the Chinese because it's A, legitimate. B, we have a timetable that has been set. Of course, I think it's been too compressed, and that the old Chinese reading of the dates is probably more correct. But at least it can be dated, and in some cases it does correspond. You know, the end of the Shang seems to correspond with the Hopewell very well.
Makes sense.
Formation of the Adena Hopewell Lake people. So, you know, whatever events inspired one culture may have inspired the other culture, being the point. And the other thing is that the plasma scripts are in excellent shape coming out of China, whereas over here, unless they carved it in rock, or in the Isles, unless they carved it in rock, it's not likely to be found because they wrote on perishable materials. Whereas the Shang were carving these things on turtle bones and deer bones and things like that. Right? They were carving on shells and whatnot. So they did burn them, though, just like everybody. They burned these plasma scripts because it was a purification. I was just watching about the Story of India, Michael Wood, and they have a festival there that's a 12-day festival in southern India to the fire god, and then at the end they burn everything. And the language of the poem that they're singing for those 12 days is undecipherable. They don't know what it means. Certain parts of it they know, but a lot of it they don't know what it means to this day. So which means it goes back to a very far age. Okay. So when we get into here in Kentucky on page, well, let's go back actually. Let's go back up to I had a map that showed the different coins.
Yes, that was interesting. I saw that.
I want to make a point about that. The archaeologists claim, they do not claim that these coins are forgeries, because that would be impossible. What they claim is that they brought back by World War II veterans. But I want you to look at something. Are they saying that only veterans who went to Europe came from the eastern part of the United States, and that only veterans who, I guess, went to the Pacific were in the West Coast? Because I don't think that's how that works.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
these coins were found here because the Great River, that is the Ohio River, and merges in the Mississippi, that great river was the greatest river in North America. And all these are sea lanes, highways to economic values. And these Roman coins have been found in the interior of Kentucky and then North Carolina and Tennessee and Georgia. This is not an accident.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Right?
That's probably
this is not people dropping their. Who brings back a Roman coin from Europe? And all these veterans are bringing them back and then going to the river and dropping them out of their pants. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So these are legitimate finds, and they're legitimate because the Welsh were here early on, and we see this in the ruins. And by the way, there is evidence of destruction of stone forts in America. If you look on page 2, you can see one such survey done by E.T. Cox in the mid-late in 1874 there. And afterwards, they quarried the site and used the stone to build the Big Four Bridge in Louisville for a railroad, and then sent an archaeologist in the 1890s who claimed he didn't know anything about geology. He claimed that it must be natural, and that he never saw any evidence of human activity. But E.T. Cox and his crew, they were geologists, and they said this is a legitimate human fortification. Now, Rick Osman, who wrote the Graves of the Golden Bear referring to Arthur, has a theory that this was underdone by the American government in order to hide the evidence of the Welsh having been here. And I'll step through some evidence for that conspiracy theory at the end of this little discussion.
Yeah.
So on page 12, here is an example of Shang Dynasty-like scripts showing up in Menifee County in Kentucky, 15 MF 355. Okay?
Sure.
Now, they'll call, on the right there, the figure 11, they'll call that a vulva. It's not a vulva. It's very obviously the three rays of the Alwyn turned upside down. Okay? But it's the Colburn name God.
Yeah.
And then the question is, can we translate what's over here on figure 10? I regret to say that probably 15 MF 355 is probably a destroyed site. So if it weren't for Lee and the Ancient Kentucky Historical Association, in fact, that Spratt site that I mentioned at 15 MF 355 definitely was destroyed, the ruins part. I have personally visited the Welsh mounds. There are mounds there that are not conical mounds, like as in the Hopewell, but they are Welsh mounds, like you would find in England and all that, in the UK, and they are stone piles. They are fortunately undisturbed, and so the serpent mound that is there that you saw with the running script and the open mouth and all that, and the last time we talked, that is still there, partially destroyed by logging roads. However, the ruins that are on this hillside have unfortunately almost certainly been destroyed. Almost all of them. So the job of the Ancient Kentucky Historical Association going out there in the 80s, the 70s, 80s, 90s, and photographing these is really important. And we'll probably not get any notoriety. They provided a survey to the University of Kentucky, and they still didn't protect the site. Now, what kind of symbols do we see? We see a bull motif. Well, we know that from the Venus Smith. We see the hands uplifted to the sky. We see the cosmic pole with the sphere on top of the oblate sphere. We see the ram's head or bull horns, if you will, and the cross motif.
Yes, I see that. Yep.
Yeah, see all this kind of stuff. So I list those out, in things 1 through 10. And then going on again at the next page, we see what the archaeologists call nutting holes. Well, what does it look like to you? I mean, to me, it looks like a serpent head, just like we've discussed before, which is a comet tail following a series of spirals, which is, right, as Wall and Talbot have explained, is due to the rotating of the Earth and the movement of things. The circular nature gives it that undulating.
Mm-hmm.
And they have specified it. I'm not saying it can't be constellations, but the idea that they are holes for putting in nuts and then grinding them, that there's no pattern to it, is completely laughable. And bear in mind that not a single so-called certified archaeologist has ever came out to that site and truly analyzed the site. And you can see in Figure 14 there are very clear indications of Paradian Z pinching and the upside down script. Now, so is it Welsh people that carved these, or was the site anciently occupied? Later, the Welsh came and visited it for whatever reason. Maybe they were brought there, but they can be translated according to the language of the one religion that was around the world at that time.
Yeah.
Stepping through, we can look at the symbol for oneself in Chinese, ge, and how similar it is to the Ren symbol. And what does it look like? It looks like the T rune. Remember that the thunderbolt and the god are the same. The Lord is his power. Mm-hmm. I was listening to the Iliad today with the children, and it was talking about his shaft, his arrow, his scepter, and it was all referring to Zeus. The entire, well, in this translation, Jupiter. They were very specifically referring to the God, the Lord, as his power, that as it would descend down and provide destruction. This is in the first chapter of the Iliad. If people get a chance, go listen to it. It can't be missed because there's a plague, and the Greeks think that they have been that their enemy has prayed to Zeus, and that is why the plagues and destruction are happening. Is that he's answering them, and then so they're in all sorts of bad ways, right? Because they've been over in Troy. Well, why have they been over in Troy for 10 years? Because their lands were destroyed, so they took to the sea to go get them. It had nothing to do with a princess. That's just romanticism. The reality is that they had become sea peoples, and they needed a new home, and Troy looked like as good a place as any. Right? Okay, so you can see also in that you can see other kinds of motifs. You got the cross motif. You got the bullhead motif over there on L23675. You've also got sometimes two little T runes. That's probably Saturn and Jupiter, because in some cultures they were considered brothers. Okay. Now, in page 15 here, we see the subject of God in Colburn, and I think this is worth reading out loud to people. So this is from a really great book on ancient Welsh grammar that I found. This is not a Wilson Blackett book. It's a book put out by John Williams, 1856, and the original author from the book was 1530 to 1606. So anybody saying that YOLO created the script in the 1800s can't be right, because the original works were coming from the 1500s and even back to the 600s. Okay, so this is the code of the vocal song. First of all, we must read the letters. The British alphabet is said to be of divine origin. God in the beginning announced his name and said these three lines that we're talking about, which became the T rune. Whereupon all things sprang simultaneously into life and being, responded to a shout of ecstatic joy. And at the same time, there spread three rays of light, forming the divine name, the first three letters, which were also the source of all letters and sciences. I'll just say Einigan, who was favored with this sight, took 3 rods of mountain rods. We see that in the Bible too, rods of mountain ash, and inscribed upon them the name of the deity. The deity. But the people that saw them mistook the rods, thus bearing his name for God himself, which caused Einigan to die of grief. That sounds a lot like what Moses went through. Okay, now, so what are we hearing here? These runes were cosmic symbols in the sky, and the people were misunderstanding the sound and the light and the symbols for the actual name. But the origin and reason of all this is discovered to us in the bardic traditions.
Break time.
There we learn that God created the world by the melodious threefold utterance of his holy name, and that the form or figure of that name was that symbol, being the rays of the sun. Of course, this is not correct, right? But that's all this guy could know. At the equinoxes, solstices converging to focus the eye of the light, show God in his various characters as the creator, preserver, and destroyer. The divine name may not be uttered because no mortal man can articulate the harmony of the sound. It is kept a secret lest by the ignorant it be abused and dishonored by the Hindus. This is the opinion of that author at that time. Formation of the additional letters found are the single one, the triple, and then the upside down version, which is almost like a W, or Yao. Yao. So there you go. Yao, Yahoo, Yahweh, and the Cherokee is Wahoo, and the Yao is in the Chinese. So again, did the Chinese no explication for until I gave the presentation? That symbol, you can see that I highlighted with green, is almost exactly what you see coming out of the Chinese for the etymology of D, the Lord. Okay, and again, you see it there on figure 8 on the bottom of 17. If you compare figure 8 with what you're seeing here, the only thing you have to add is a pyramid at the top.
Yeah.
And then square at the bottom. By the way, the square in Chinese is a mouth. And what else do we see? We also see a semicircle, which could be the boat or shell motif, but I'd say it's the boat motif.
Yeah.
At the time. Now look at some of the etymologies in the center of figure 20. What do you see?
It's amazing.
The alpha fish. Okay. Now that alpha fish is the symbol for weapon. The alpha and the omega. I am the alpha and omega. How am I the alpha and omega? Because the thunderbolt is the alpha and the omega. The electricity is the alpha and the omega. Okay.
I see. Yeah.
It's amazing stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cool.
We see here, I go into some detail talking about the power of the Yao on page 19. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but you do see to shake, you see the motif, you see the symbol for sun, you see the symbol for the mankind or the god, the Lord up on the top there. You see also the oblate sphere inside of the square, so you have the circle and square motif. And then over here for anger, if you see there at L2712, you see the dot with a center, which is definitely the sun, and then upraised arms and two crosses. Or on the left there, two fireballs coming down with crosses. These are symbols of wind and power, but with upraised arms look like anger coming down.
Yes.
And wrath. I mean, it's incredibly frightening to imagine what that would have looked like.
Yes, I like your
mentioned
reinterpretation of that serpent with the egg. It definitely looks like a comet to me.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Now coming down, let's see here. We don't need to go through all of these. I mean, you can see some of them are just fantastic. I mean, looking at the word for rain, you can definitely see the deluge happening. I mean, who wants to draw that many dots? It's very obvious that there's that they don't mean a little bit of rain; they mean a lot of rain. Mm-hmm. There's the eye motif shows up in some of these. The boat motif, the cross, the Maltese cross motif for the sun. We get back to 21, the Venus again showing up here with the bull of heaven. The bull of heaven looks a bit like a comet flying. It's almost unmissable.
It's kind of taking on a penis look too.
Yeah, that's true. And my favorites in page 22, we see here two oblate spheroids, and they're in motion, and then they're above each other, and then there's even a shaft of energy going from one to the other, and the transfer. And then we see references to what appear to be genitalia.
Yeah.
Right. And then more comments by the Lu Shu Tong, more flying asteroids and such, right? So yes. I mean, it's becoming very clear, I think, to anybody that's paying attention. By the way, on page 23, there you've got the Venus of Willendorf in the Chinese glyphs, L29782.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting stuff. Also, please note the backwards and forwards upside down J's are notable in the runes that were found at the Spratt site here in Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Now, let's move on down to. We'll skip all the explication. Okay. Now back to the Colburn on page 25. All right. Now, something that people need to know: there are more runes than the images that I had shown before. And these runes, they're from different periods of time. One of the most important ones is this Tehran. This is an interesting rune, this TH rune. It's obviously related to what we were just discussing, as the symbol for the three rays of the Lord coming down. But it's also a consonant that shows up in several languages. the ta sound for thunder, and obviously Thor and Odin, and of course the word thunder even still showing up over and over again. And so Tehran is no different here. Tehran meaning undoubtedly a thunder god. So that's really fascinating, this T sound. There is something about that is repeatedly showing up. And then when we get into translations, they translated the Sprat site inscriptions. We do see references to the below and under, and to the place of reverence, and a ruler, and the god, and the power, and the end, and his manifest outward. Now, I can't say for sure that this is a correct translation. I am just saying here you have some of the same concepts that are in the Ramses II stele. A state of going down, below, under, a god, a two, like the number two, a power, and a manifestation. Right? These are central themes in the Ramses II stele, which has, if the listener remembers from the previous videos, the Ramses stele has measurements of diameter, polar and equatorial diameter ratios to Jupiter and Saturn within 1% of satellite measurement. So the story on the Ramses II stele, and maybe we covered that in another video, the solar orb paper. It's another paper. It's the same information as they're translating with Kolbrin, the plasma scripts that were carved undoubtedly by natives. And why do we know it was natives? Because the Welsh did not arrive in America till after King Arthur II brought them here because of the comet in 535. But the events that we're talking about were happening during the Exodus and previous. So these scripts were carved previous to that, right? Okay.
Yes, they had to.
They may have updated them or added to them. We don't know. But what we do know is that they would have identified with them and had a similar belief. Could they have themselves been the people who came over here if they were the Arthurian kings who had knowledge? They may have had previous knowledge of the American continent and been the people who started the Hopewell. And maybe that's why when they came over, they were able to mingle with the Hopewell and form the Fort Ancient. But whoever it was that originally was in the land, these Allegui, they date antecedent to the Arthurians arriving in Kentucky and Ohio, in the Ohio River Valley. And we know that they came here because in the Welsh stories, on the stones in Wales, and this is in McCann's book, they make references to otters, bison, Native Americans with headdresses, the bravery and the type of leather skins that they wore, all that stuff, the Great River, the mounds. They make references to all that stuff that belongs to the Allegui people that we call the Adena and Hopewell. But the dating is most definitely previous to their arriving here as we define it as the fusionists. So the story that we're translating, we're able to translate because of the plasma scripts, because it's a universal language. And this proves that the Kolbrin is legitimate because also the Chinese is legitimate. And we know the Chinese is not under attack. It's not under doubt. There's no doubt as to what the Chinese stuff is meaning. Only what its origins are. Right? Which recalls us of the Babylonian tradition of the one language that became separated and became many. Now on page 27, we have the names, and that's from which book did this come from? I think this came from the same ancient Welsh grammar book in the orthography section. So we have the names of these runes. So on the left are the shapes, and on the you can see the modern Welsh, how you would say it, and then on the right the English name. So we're interested in the English primarily, and then over here. Now we don't go through all of them. We only pick the ones that are of the most interest to us. Okay, and then there's some more also on the following page on 26, and then I include other diagrams, from the book. We see the LL symbol again. We see the Y, etc. And we also see on page 31 examples of the Welsh, the Colburn script in Talison's history from 490 AD. So this is 1,000 years previous to Iolo Morgan. Okay, so there's no way that Iolo makes up. All right. This is ancient poetry that has existed for more than 1,000 years, people, going right back to the Arthurian age. So the bards kept it alive all that time. So I pick out of here specific runes, and we see this is the crescendo here of the point. So we have light or lober as L, and then open regions, EL is the X, and you can read the rest here. Weapon and separating and plague and gold and the Lord, obviously. And there's probably more that are pertinent, and if anybody wants to do detailed analysis, feel free. So now you go back to Chinese, and you look and you find out, do you see concordance with them? And not to spoil it, but yes is the answer. Let's go to, let's look at here, page 33, talking about the spirit, Shen. Shen also means, of course, the god, and it means the symbol kind of looks like the word for middle, center, but it's actually the sun with a big line through it. What are the symbols that we see over here on the etymology for the Chinese? Well, we see the cross and the moving star, like a moving star. We see a man praying. We see two oblate spheres that are connected with the center motif. We see the yin-yang and its origin with a clear stream of energy probably being transferred from one to another. There in L04, was it 528? Yeah. See a couple of thunderbolts. We see also a separation line with something in between and something on the right and something on the left.
Also looks like an S.
Yeah, we have the S showing up. But the point is the right versus the left. And these are some of the runes that we saw often in some of the Welsh. We saw the right and the left. As in this is getting back to the discussion of the separating. So there's the concept of pulling things apart. Okay. We also see in the ARF or AE, it looks like a sideways A, referring possibly to an alpha or to God. But when you turn that sideways, it looks like the weapon. It looks like the weapon. And remember that the word "ge" in Chinese means oneself, but it's also a halberd. And so if you look there on figure 43, on page 32, the weapon is showing the symbols for the Tehran, the T. Yeah. And it's showing the downward symbol of the Lord, the Yao shape. And so now the alpha and the weapon, the Ge is oneself, which we also see over there at L08528, sideways V. That symbol shows up in the Colburn as well.
It also looks like karate movements.
It does look a little bit like karate movements.
Yes.
So
like that one.
The separation, these are symbols that were coming from the sky.
Yep.
And when we look at gold going down to 35, because remember gold was one of our interesting ones, we see similar words and symbols in the Kolbrin with the Chinese, but you do not see it with the Futhark and Ogam. There's sometimes occasionally with the Futhark, but not really, because it's newer. Whereas the Kolbrin is ancient, and you can use the Kolbrin to decipher Hebrew and Etruscan.
That's amazing.
Because the Kolbrin is from that area, and originally it and the Shang may have come from the same place, from around Babylon, but it would have been a long time antecedent to the events of the Welsh forming the kingdoms of Glamorgan and Gwent, and certainly well antecedent before they came to North America and carved upon runes and merged with the Hopewell people to form the Fort Ancient culture. And obviously the Shang would have been far sundered from them and becoming, after the Shang dynasty, we don't even know what happened to the Shang. Maybe they became the Olmec in South America, or maybe they just were killed out, or maybe they were made into slaves and became part of the Zhou dynasty, which is most likely the case. But we see the same symbols. We see the sideways V symbol there, and we see the same the Yao shape, or Yao, if people would prefer, going down. We see the Jacob's ladder. All these same symbols are showing up in both places in discussing the same words. And, I won't go through every single one of the glyphs. People can certainly read the paper.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, this is basically exact proof that the Kolbrin is a plasma script, and that therefore the Kolbrin can be used to read the Welsh stones, and the Welsh stones therefore tell true stories about King Arthur.
That is incredible.
Going on to just covering the what happened here in Kentucky. In the appendices, I have some of the scans from different books and places about possible places where they'd come into Kentucky, and then also some other stones. You can see a much less known stone called the Chi Rho stone. I don't even know where it is. It may be lost forever. We see symbols of a sun exploding. We see symbols that may be referring to Christ.
Fish.
Other signs that pre-Columbian Christians were here.
Yeah.
On plate 5 there on 13. This is again out of Wilson and Blackett. We see the swastika symbol, again symbolizing a great wind, and we know it's wind because the Chinese have also included that X symbol in the word for wind.
I'm not seeing the swastika.
It's right there on the third line, plate 5, page 43. I'm sorry, 4th line. You could see the swastika there.
Okay.
Well, it's pure winds. So referring to the blowing of the winds, possibly in destructions, but it could have been the original pure. When you say pure winds, maybe that's a reference to up in the sky. Mm-hmm. So up on the plasma flowing. To do with the center, maybe Mars, maybe Venus. We don't know for sure. Mm-hmm. But I contend probably when it was Mars. But you can see that it is part of the character for wind in Chinese, Feng.
I want a synopsis of your conclusions too, of like in not, you don't have to give dates, but what exactly took place.
I'm going to go through my theory here. We're transitioning into the Kentucky stuff.
Yeah.
You can see on 44 where the Kentucky inscription sites tend to be found. Okay. And then when you go down and you look on my map of the native sites of Eastern culture, in plate 7, the gray sites tend to be in the same areas, all above the Falls of the Ohio, where the Cherokee maintained they slaughtered the mound people at the Falls of the Ohio.
Why would they do that?
Well, and we're going to go through that. If you take a look at this map, there's a couple things to notice. Number one, the Mississippians tend to stay south of the Gray and west. And they tend to stay off of the archaic mounds. And we talked about those archaic mounds. We talked about them in terms of Black Earth. But those ancient people would have been gone a long time. So why did they stay off of them? They were respectful. Yeah. And then the Adena Hopewell and Fort Ancient all to the east, and then also spread around, but the concentration of their culture to the east. Now look at the separation between them. That's what, my friend, that's what you call a separation of two states. Yeah. All right, so we have a contest of powers. When the Welsh came here after the comet, the electrical comet.
Okay, I went a little over. We're going to take a little break here. And I'm going to fill up my coffee and powder my nose. I will be right back to speak to you. before this hits 6 hours, but you know, we can just make a new one. So just depending on how it's going. I'm pretty wound up right now. I'm having fun, so let's get back to the video and I'll stop blabbing. Thank you for watching. All right, feeling good. What in the world is going on? There you are, you little devil.
Hello there, Greg.
Hey.
Say hello to Adusa.
Medusa, are you in here now, buddy? yeah. You in here, Medusa? Hey, Adusa. Cat got your tongue? Is he, maybe he's having trouble. I'm gonna throw on a video. I'll be right back, Andy. Okay? Stay right there.
No worries.
Stay right there.
535 that destroyed the fields of Glamorgan and Logres, and then went down and struck in Peru. When they came here, they established forts out of stone, such as the so-called Indian Fort in Berea, and the stone fort I mentioned there at Charlestown State Park that was dismantled to make that big fort bridge, which, by the way, they still don't want you going up on that hill. If you go to Charlestown State Park, they don't want you going up there, and they say it's owned by somebody else and all this stuff. It's part of a state park, but they don't want you to go up on top of the hill because they don't want you looking for evidence of the Welsh that were there.
Yeah.
And all these different stone sites. So all of these tend to be on this side because they had a control of the lanes, the ancient lanes going up to the Michigan Copper. And they also wanted to have control of the fluorspar mines that are between, because the Kentucky and Illinois have the largest fluorite mines in the world. And fluorspar is used in smelting of iron. Whereas the Mississippians were able to maintain control of the areas that had a lot of pearls, and obviously they controlled the source of the river. Now, they appear to have been wiped out primarily by smallpox by the Chinese, but we don't know for sure. It could have been some other disease. I mean, if the Welsh were here, we presume that the Welsh did not come up Mississippi because they wouldn't have been able to get very far, but it came down the St. Lawrence. And came, because that's the way the Welsh stones seem to indicate, is they came from Nova Scotia and down the St. Lawrence, and then came down through Pittsburgh and all that, and then established relations with the Hopewell here. But then they were wiped out. King Arthur was killed here, according to
how did that happen?
Basically, they snuck up behind him and killed him. It wasn't super easy, barely an inconvenience. I mean, they just snuck up behind him and killed him. And then his body was shipped back in a sack, and his mummified remains were left in a cave in Wales until his son was old enough to take power. And then he was buried under a church, and Wilson and Blackett bought that church thinking they would get the permission to dig up the body, and they did not. They denied that, and they are sold. They're ready to perish. I mean, they're very old. They're over 90 years old. And like true bards, they've had long lives of study. They put everything on the line, their mortgages, their careers, blah, 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 for the secret, for the knowledge. Yeah. Which is what the true bards have always done.
Mm-hmm. They're immediately cast as outlaws, you know.
Basically, when they put out that Rex Artorius Rex book, that was pretty much the end.
Yeah.
And yet it was the beginning for all of the rest of us. And unfortunately for them, they came at the end of the age of just books, and they published so much of this stuff without putting it onto the internet. That's why it's important for people like us to go forward and actually can translate this stuff and put it on.
Isn't this picture interesting? This is the spot which Alan Wilson claims King Arthur is buried, and his cross was found here. But don't the remains of the church look like the figure of a man laying down? That's pretty ironic, isn't it? It's almost like it's saying he is here.
20 kilometers from the giant thunderbolt strike site. And yet he was correct. There was a long burial mound there. So this religion,
struggling.
It's not diffusion versus electric universe. The electric universe explains both the travel of diffusion and the similarities. Yes, there weren't ancient Jews making the menorah mound in the Midwest of North America, but it wasn't like they were completely different people. They had the same belief in an above Lord and the same belief in his power and the rays of energy coming off, right? And whatever that symbolized in the ancient days that later on became, of course, the menorah. And whatever it meant to the natives here. But it meant something. They would have been able, I don't know if they'd been able to speak together, but they would have been able to worship together, most assuredly. So I maintain that they came here, then they had trouble. They were wiped out that first time. Then they came back again, one of the lost Roman legions. They came back. They established an even stronger fortress because they knew all about this region. They intermingled with the Hopewell because the Hopewell would have been weaker by then, and disease and warfare with the Mississippians, who probably, where did the Mississippians probably come from? Most probably Mexico.
What happened to the Anastasians? Was it the Anastasi? Do you know?
No, I do not know. I don't tend to study any of the southwestern natives as much. It is a big weakness of mine. I do tend to focus in this area. Because it has so many connections to our culture via the Arthurian myth and all that. So they established this alliance. They formed the Fort Ancient culture. They're building real forts. Why would they need to build forts? Because they were under attack. They had fear. Why did they have fear? Because they were doing commerce. They were doing things that were unsacred and unholy. They were using wheels and had writing. And they were living near mound sites or on mound sites. And establishing their own fortifications. And how do we know this? Because getting back to the conspiracy of the government to hide things on the federal base
sound problems
in Madison County, Kentucky, there is a giant mound site which has mounds conforming to Lyra and more importantly Cygnus, forming a Christian cross, a giant Christian cross, with, as you can expect, the Tehran or Yao symbol, 100-foot earthwork next to it, stamped almost to say, yes, we were here, and this was our religion. And it's a giant cross, and they date that site to the 1100s, most definitely pre-Columbian. And they had agriculture. And this is in the area that we see very nearby connections to the runic sites and connections to the serpent mounds and connections to the conical mounds, all in this area you see on plate 7 in the orange and gray and blue area on the right. And then what happened to them? Most probably they got into a war. Probably the Cherokee did band together and come out of Tennessee and Georgia and North Carolina and come up and probably joined powers with the Iroquoians and may have even brought water powers up from Mexico to support the Mississippians to fight. But then later on, it didn't matter. The Chinese came along and smallpox, that's a different story. But in the early 1500s, the smallpox came in and wiped out the Mississippians anyways. And the Cherokee were so wiped out they were reduced to nobody occupying Kentucky anymore for hundreds of years. The stories of the blood and the war here, and in fact, the natives were quite surprised that Daniel Boone's people wanted to live in Kentucky because of the ghosts, and the giants and the mummies that were left behind from all these wars. That were just a few hundred years antecedent. We see here the king on the page 46, the plate 8, the King Arthur II and Madoc suspected sites in Kentucky, which includes fortifications and certain mounds. And they do overlap. The strategic control of the Falls of the Ohio, which is a giant waterfall and shipping lane, and of course this central bluegrass region.
You know, when you're there's something that came into my mind that I have to remember to tell you. But
sure,
go ahead. Well, I'll wait.
That's pretty much it. I mean, I just show a little bit of the family tree on plate 8, and I just have a little quote there. And I'd like to end with the last quote. Arthur II died in 579. Simplified genealogy gives a chronological placement for Urien Reged of the gift as Taliesin, the chief bard of Arthur II, moved the court of Urien Reged after Arthur II's funeral in 580. Detailed genealogies serve to tie in the numbers of 6th century personalities. That's from the Wilson Black text. And I will say also that they have a fantastic amount of information using the Land of Charters and using all of the Christian information. That's how we know that they're doing real legitimate work. They're looking at Christian records that come out of the Bibles, and they're finding names. And these guys all had family members who were royalty. So the royalty and the priests were wrapped up together. So you can follow the bloodlines of the priests, and you get the bloodlines of the royal families going back to Arthur, which then goes back to the first Arthur, who defeated the Romans and Caesar, and then goes all the way back to Brutus of Troy. And at the time that they were eliminating the Welsh's right to have a language and a culture, they were saying that YOLO was a fake and a fraud. And then what happened? Within 20 years, they found Troy, and then they never came back and admitted that they were wrong. And the American government has definitely covered up sites here in Kentucky. And for whatever reason, maybe Thomas Jefferson was afraid that the British would make war, but I don't see why that would need to be. Why they would need to hide it in the late 1800s. And in the 20th century, as far as I know, the Bluegrass Army base with the chemical weapons on it is a 20th century base. Why would they build over top of a site with a giant Christian cross? Probably there are government documents talking about the likelihood of this. But for sure, they only allow one archaeologist site access to the whole thing, and she focuses on pottery from the field where they do where the agriculture is shown. She doesn't care about mounts. She doesn't care about the cross. She doesn't care about the Tehran symbol, the Yao. All right, we care about it because it shows the concordance of the way humans used to live and how we used to understand each other.
Yeah,
of course, we didn't get along, but that's because we learned from the gods' war. 7,000 years ago, we learned that war was okay. Which is silly. I mean, it's very amazing. You're listening to in the Iliad, right? You have these people, and they are thinking that the pestilence is coming upon them because of things that they have, the wars they've had with Nestor and Ceres and the Trojans and all this stuff, right? They think that that's why the gods are moving up in the sky. I mean, mankind thought that we had this intimate relationship with these giant spheres, that they were like people. Mm-hmm. And it's been a huge fallacy that has caused us a huge number of problems. We learned a lot of technology, and we learned a lot of war. Of course, a lot of technology comes from our military to this day, including the internet.
This actually, it provides the missing information. Actually, I watched a video by the New Earth channel a year or so ago, and it starts with Chief Joseph surrendering to I think a Spanish general, and he gives him a Somali tablet or a Sumerian tablet. And he's like, "Where did you get this?" And he said, "White men were here before you, and they treated us better, and the chief gave this to my father." And it turns out that according to the New Earth channel and this video, they knew of a last vestige in the Pacific Northwest that had gone there because they were just tired of wars and being wiped out and, you know, all this. But she, according to that video, she didn't have any information of how they got there. And this is that information.
Yeah, I mean, diffusion is a fact.
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
just, there's no doubt that people diffused.
Mm-hmm.
But the timing is everything. You know, we can't use diffusion to explain everything. There's these people that want to run around and say the Veracochas were everywhere. And Graham Hancock is one of those people. The white man said, I mean, that's not what that story means, but he's interpreting it that way. Why? Because he is descendant of the Para-Victorians and the Victorians. And so unfortunately, as good a person as Graham Hancock is, and he's married to a woman, she's a person of color, so he doesn't mean it this way, but he comes across bringing this idea that these ancient Atlantean white people were going all over the world. That's not what that story is about. But at the same time, it's not like it's not true that there weren't diffusions and that there weren't Atlanteans and that they weren't settling and that they weren't becoming Phoenicians and my ancestry, the Basque people, and possibly Algonquians, these different cultures moving about. I mean, I have a theory that the Amazonians came from this area, from Kentucky, because of the dark earths. And so where were they? But we don't have any evidence in between, you know, because they left here around the Exodus period and went in search of new lands, or they were wiped out, one of the two. And then somehow there's people forming the same kind of mounds and creating tree crops in the Amazon, but now after the age of the birth of Christ. So what happened for those 2,000 years in between? Well, ostensibly it would take a while to sail along and, you know, and intermingle, and then maybe your people are enslaved with the Mayans, etc. I mean, who knows? Or maybe the secret was always here and it was passed along, and there was a lot of trade routes. There may have been a triangle trade going from the mouth of the Amazon to those inner cities of the Amazonians, up to the copper mines, and all the way at the Great Lakes, and then all the way down over to the Yucatan and Mexico, first with the Mayans and then with the Aztecs. And this triangle trade may have been interrupted by these Welsh interlopers who came in and seized the Falls of the Ohio, and that may have angered the tribe, and maybe a naval power came along. I can tell you, when I went to the Toltec site in Arkansas, which they discredit as Toltec now, I looked at this, I was like, this is a naval power. I can tell this is a naval power. But it might have been just boats, you know, like canoe boats. But at some point, there was an empire here. If you go to the Old Stone Fort in Tennessee, and you can't tell me, if you're standing in the middle of that, and you're surrounded on all sides by rivers with big mounds and cliffs around it, that this is not the site of an ancient fort power. But it wasn't the Spanish, and it wasn't the Welsh, because it's too large. It's too large for them to defend it. It had to be a big group. And then they say, well, we don't find any bodies here. Well, I'm like, well, yeah, because the site was industrialized, and colonial people destroyed all sorts of native stuff. They dug up things. They were, burning remains. Of course you're not going to find signs of it, but it's too large to be defended. And there's no other ostensible use of these walls that go all the way around on the edge of a cliff between two rivers. Yeah. Right? This is most definitely a fort. So what are we looking for? We're looking for an empire that is either of the same period or just after the period of Poverty Point. Because Poverty Point, its power was, its commerce was centered probably halfway between the Mexican powers and the copper mines in Michigan, because we don't know where all that copper has gone, right? And so
we don't.
Why was it interrupted? Because all the dating in the site shows that it was interrupted in the time of the Exodus, 1500 BC to 1700 BC, somewhere in there.
Yeah. Last time I misspoke. I said that it seemed that mankind was more peaceful. What I really meant to say was it seemed like mankind was more accepting of different races. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, I mean, everybody was racist, but it wasn't like it wasn't considered a wrong thing. You know, I mean, the thing is that back in the day, you know, we get the feeling like the Irish got it real bad. The Irish were just as racist against the English and against the Scots. And against the Italians. When they came to America, the Irish were mistreated. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But they were racist against the Italians. I mean, you know, and these are all different white people. That's the way it was.
Yeah.
If you came from just a different part in Greece, if you came from Athens or Sparta, the Greeks who came from Barbaros were barbarians.
Right.
You know, and to us, I met a Chinese. We had a Chinese teacher, and she was teaching us Mandarin, of course. And I asked her where she's from, and she said this part, and I said, "Oh, where's that?" Manchuria. Oh, Manchuria. And she said, "Oh, but I'm Han Chinese." She was so worried about which kind of Chinese, and of course Western. I'm like, it's
like that everywhere.
It's the same, you know. I mean, it's like, what are they, you know, what are they worried about? Because in most parts of the world, it still matters.
Oh yeah, so and I know everyone
was racist, but it wasn't necessarily racist in a way like you know, they wanted to get, you know, hang them or something. I mean, in Africa, it's hard for us to imagine. In Rwanda, the amount of death between the Hutu and the Tutsis, but you know, that's because to us in the West, they all look like they're all Africans, but over there, there's tremendous difference between them, and that's the whole world was that way. Yes, it was tremendous violence, but also at times they could find ways to understand each other, and one way they understood each other was commerce. So if the Welsh came in there with their horses and their armor, and they're making stone fortifications, and they're practicing the ancient religion, but they're practicing it their weird way, all right? And they're using wheels. I mean, that would be anathema if you're a Mississippian, and you understand you know, you're like, oh well, the Hopewells build conical mounds, but these people, they do, you know, they make these stone graves and all these other kinds of things, and you know, we use platform mounds. I mean, there's just a difference, and you can see it reflected in that map. I mean, there's a tension that I can see from different sides of the Ohio River Valley, and I have no doubt that the Cherokee myths are true. And why they aren't taught in schools, I don't know, because I guess the racism of our country, unfortunately, the native stuff is just not taught. And I can tell you from the Hidden Kentucky Project, the waterfalls that are the most polluted in Kentucky have the word Indian in them. You know, so it's just an unfortunate thing where the myths are being wiped out. But it also happened to other white cultures that weren't our stream of culture. Like I say, the Arthurian myths were stolen and they were injected. And now you have like Disney, right? The Disney film and the good old in London town. This didn't happen in London. There was no London. What are they talking about? London was probably some fort cemetery at the time, some Roman fort cemetery. Yeah, you know, London was nothing compared to the Glamorgan and Gwent at that time. So the King Arthur legends did not happen in England, and the information was stolen, and then it was buried and it was covered up, and then all attempts to say that it's legitimate were poo-pooed by saying that Yola made it up, and that there's no such thing as Troy. And it turns out both of those things are lies, because you have runes going back to the histories of Taliesin, and you have stones dating well previous to the 1000s, and you have you know, Yolos using a script which is definitely decipherable in multiple cultures. You know, not saying that you would get an English turn a phrase out of it, but the symbols would mean something to ancient people from the Hebrews, the Etruscans, the Chinese, and probably the Native Americans. Probably at least the people in this valley. Now, could it have been that the Welsh came over here and then they failed 2 or 3 times? Yeah, it's possible. But I don't maintain that, because we only know from the Welsh stones they came after the 300s. And probably 535, and then later on in the 1000s, and established a colony until they were wiped out. And why were they wiped out? They were wiped out. By the way, not that long before the Chinese got here, right? And by the way, here's a question: in To the Gates of Feng Tu, the very opening sections, the Chinese sail to Mecca, and then the people at Mecca tell them about America. Now, riddle me this: how did the people at Mecca know about it? Right?
Yeah.
That's the Chinese. It says it very specifically. This text has only been translated within the last few years. It's a Chinese text that goes back to the 1400s. They meet the Muslims. You can tell. There's no doubt. They talk very specifically, and because Islam doesn't change very much at all, you can tell that it is Mecca. There is no doubt about it that they are in Mecca, and the description of how they got there by going around Africa, everything is in there. Okay. The Chinese are talking to them, and they agree. They don't want to, one doesn't want to become Buddhist, and the other one doesn't want to become Muslim, but they like each other. They get along anyways. And then they ask them about, well, we're ready to go home because we've reached the end of the world, and we've seen Europe and all this stuff. And he says, no, you've got to go over to America. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. And they're like, well, where's that? And they're like, go out the way that you came in, through the straits. Then sail thence another 1 or 2 months.
Yeah.
Right. So they spend 3 months. It's in the book, in Chinese, and then they first end up running into the southern Mississippian cultures, and then they go on up, and then they run straight up into the Cahokians, and they describe Cahokia almost perfectly. And thereby spread they spread smallpox, and then when they bring the story back to the Ming Emperor, that's when they burn a lot of the records in order to hide evidence, because they were supposed to bring Buddhism around the world. Instead, they brought pestilence that wiped. I mean, it was a huge disaster.
Yeah.
It was a PR disaster. But how did the Chinese know? They knew because the people at Mecca and Medina knew. And how did they know? Because everybody knew. Only our culture did not know. Columbus, it was not a super genius. He was buying maps off of people who knew, and those people knew because they got those maps from other people who got them from other people who had been here.
Yeah.
Now, it's just not feasible to have the expenses to go to America just any time. You have to have good reason. Arthur had a good reason. A comet came by, burned up Glamorgan and Gwent, so they came over.
Yeah.
You had to have good reason, because there were people who lived here, and they were killers. The whole world was killers, and enslaving. Everybody was enslaving. Native Americans owned slaves. African Americans owned slaves. And people could look this up. I mean, everybody owned slaves. So it was just a violent world. It was a violent time. But diffusion was a fact. Everybody was going everywhere.
Completely captivating talk, Ramon. I enjoyed every minute of it. Yeah, what's that?
It certainly got me animated.
Oh no, that's great. I like that about you. You're into your work. I like this one over here on the right. Analysis and science of Greco-Roman, Nordic culture, and the zodiac days. That's a smaller paper that I did that shows some of the plasma scripts. I'm going to have to read that.
It's not a bad one. I like the short ones a lot. I like the one on the Ferris wheel too, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I find all of this. The sumo paper is one of the shorter-ish ones. I mean, it's only in the 20s.
The origins of religion. Oh, I'm going to have to check that out.
That's one of that one's one of the.
Well, maybe we should do that.
The origins of that's the origins of all my work, honestly, because that and describing what is EPEMC, which to clarify for people, anybody, it's open source cosmology. Any of you can do it. I don't own a copyright to EPEMC. Okay, just if you believe in plasma electromagnetic cosmology, and if you like extra stuff. You can think of the E as extra. It means extended, and you can think of it as extra stuff. You like Atlantis. You like diffusion. You like King Arthur. Whatever. Just show evidence and bring it all together. Write good papers. Cite all your work. You make even better looking Oxford style papers. I'm an engineer, so I don't believe in that. So I put a footnote and put the link right there. I don't really care for all this
highfalutin, and I put a name, and it's all mysterious. Where am I going to get that source? And you got to go to the library. That's a nightmare. I gave you the link. Boom, you get right to it. It's the whole point of the internet, in my opinion. Anybody can write the papers in any style they want. And so I explained that in one of the PMC papers. But on the origins is where I really laid out the timeline I saw, at least at the time that I had written that, which is before I had read a few things and done certainly some of this research, this Arthurian research, before I had found a Thunderbolt strike site and all this stuff. But it's a great paper. It's got a lot of symbols, a lot of diagrams and things like that. I also wrote another long paper. There's several long papers in mine. The Atlantis one's pretty long. The plasma electromagnetic sky is medium long. But the magnetic universe theory, that one is like the one that we just did, the plasma glyph one. The magnetic universe theory, that's a really long one. It's all alt stream discussions, pretty much. I mean, alt stream discussions of electromagnetism. And I'm refuting the idea that you can eliminate electricity and just talk about magnetism. Just as I would refute the idea that you can just talk about electricity and eliminate magnetism. I hear this from time to time. I always find it amazing to me because you can go buy two magnets and you can tell that there's no electricity happening. Mm-hmm. I know that a lot of people haven't had a proper education in electromagnetism by going to college, and then there are people going to say, well, then you're just indoctrinated. I'm not indoctrinated, folks. It's just that I'm telling you that there are things about electromagnetism where you can dualize the one force into electricity or to magnetism. Of course, for all of us, I say plasma electromagnetism to combine the idea to get to, I say in the magnetic universe theory paper, I say that the PEM, the PEM, is the unified ether theory that everyone's looking for. We don't need to look anymore. We found it.
Unified ether theory.
Yeah, the unified ether theory.
Oh,
right? Everybody's looking for a unified field, blah, blah, blah. We don't need to go looking for a new one. That's the problem with the science. They keep looking for a new one, and then they have to invent dark stuff and all that. It's like they went right by the exit. We have it. What we don't do is understand it. That's the issue. We have models, but not knowledge.
Oh, I know. I agree. You're right.
Did you say what's Futhark?
What is Futhark?
Oh, that's just another runic system. That's a modern. It's a late Middle Ages runic system. It's not ancient.
Yeah. Ancient,
I guess, to a 7-year-old, but not ancient to a historian or a bard. Colbrin is ancient, right? It's going all the way back to the cataclysms and the gods.
Uh-huh.
And that's why the Welsh had a real legitimate religion and story. And the Arthurian stuff, yes, it has the reflections of the symbology, the floating island and the crescent boat and the cosmic hill, because they were using it to rule their people. It has every place in the world that legitimately is old did.
First names.
And by the way, in another paper I discussed, all those cultures with those great memories, they're all hyper-masculine cultures. Or you might say machismo. Every single one of them. And can we blame that on the Mars-Venus affair, or is it maybe going all the way back to Zeus himself? I don't know. But they do tend to be mountainous places. So these mountainous places do tend to be hyper-masculine places. And all of them have great cultural memory of the events that happened in the skies.
Mm-hmm.
It's harder to oust people from the hills, They just keep their religion alive. Same thing here in Kentucky, the Appalachians. Some of the, Christianity as it dies throughout the country and becomes something else, something about positivism and something about singing rock songs. It stays most true to its evangelical and Puritanist roots in Appalachia, and that's because those kind of cultures, they just tend to remember things, but they also tend to be hyper-masculine cultures, or what some people will call patriarchal, which is becomes such an unfortunate term to deride, but those cultures tend to survive for a reason. They have advantages. There's advantages.
Cultures of fear.
You could say it, but it's such a we put such a negative spin on it. I like it. I explain it to people as the difference between lions and tigers. Tigers are perfectly egalitarian, and therefore the females are single mothers that raise the single cubs, and it's very difficult for them to survive. Whereas lions are patriarchal and one male lion sitting on a copy, and they breed at fantastic rates. Yep. But they live in a much more dangerous realm, a lot more super predators around them. So the females benefit from the presence of the male lion. And by the way, those male lions die probably the most violent deaths outside of the insect world.
Oh, they.
I mean, it's brutal.
Horrible.
I mean, every single one of them. If they're fortunate, they die of disease. You know, none of them die of old age. Not a single one.
No doubt. So, I know. I've seen many things on lions. I've been into them for a long time. Yeah, it's just a brutal world.
Lions, yes, it is. But the female lions derive protection and help in raising the young. I mean, the males help in raising the young. That's not true with tigers.
I mean, now you're starting to see prides being run by 2 and 3 males.
Yeah, well, they have to. It's an arms race because I've seen a video with three male super pride. With its father and 2 sons get totally destroyed by 5 males.
Yep, yeah, I saw that. I saw that one.
And that's an arms race.
And because they're all hunted down one at a time.
Yeah.
By another pride.
It's brutal the way they die. But my point is that the people misunderstand these cultures, and that's because they don't understand the origins of these things going back to survival of the cataclysms.
Yep.
And that's where hypermasculinity becomes useful. Now, I think going too far is not good, obviously. But there's a reason why these cultures survive. The Japanese, the Greeks, the Mexicans, the Scandinavians. I mean, the Vikings were notoriously hypermasculine. I mean, you could get in a duel if you said a man was girly.
Hypermasculine. I like that.
Very hypermasculine. So that's a great little paper that I put out. But it's been my pleasure. I hope people go and review some of the papers, especially the Chinese ones. The sumo paper is people love that paper. It's a lot of fun. You know, right. I mean, a lot of people find it as a funny little sport with big fat people, but it makes complete sense using the plasma electromagnetic cosmology.
I gotta check it out. I'm gonna have to read that. It's just been, it's been captivating and inspiring, Ramon. I appreciate it. It's been a pleasure, buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
If you need help on that, by the way, you can go to akha.us or Ancient Kentucky with an E at the end instead of a Y.com. Okay. There's a book section, and the books are listed on the left. And those PayPal links go to George. Because if you go on Amazon, you're probably going to see people trying to sell you copies for $100.
That's good advice. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, those are scams.
All right, Ramon. Until next time, buddy. Have a good time. Thanks.
Have a good night.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
To me, this isn't anything about who was first or race or anything like it. It's more about another example of our true history being hidden from us. It's pretty apparent in the 1st century AD, there was some kind of worldwide trade going on and cultures migrating because of world catastrophes. They do it even in war or any time. Now we call them refugees.
He was getting.
Oh, he's still there. He's still here somewhere.
This is
Well,
off
you
the
know,
cuff.
I would just submit
just
that
Ted talking
the
off
reason
cuff.
why we have
I
to
don't know
have
how
all
much
this
we got.
defense is because we're the pariah of the world. Our role as the beacon for liberty was murdered in 1963.
That's one reason.
Well, I mean, you know,
The shit going. And the answer was they keep the shit
There he
going,
is.
right? They just keep coming up with these many wars.
yes.
And you know, the one thing that we really had that made the difference in the Pacific War was the aircraft carriers, right?
Right.
You know,
Ted, you went out again. I can't hear you. You're going in and out, man. We're missing chunks. I wonder what's going on here with
No,
this.
he's disappeared, yeah.
You've disappeared again.
He's disappeared. He's gone properly.
That's crazy.
that's
Because
correct.
it's good
It's like, just keep the money flowing, right? I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know, now we should not have weapons pointed at Christians, period. But the hell of it is, I mean, Russia has reverted to its normal status as a Christian nation.
Look at that.
And Russia is the only theoretical adversary, you know, which could plausibly justify the amounts of money they want to spend.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean, you can't spend the amounts of money they want to spend, you know, building up to a war against Haiti or the Dominican Republic.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what I'm saying? That's what's going on. China and Russia are the two potential, the theoretical adversaries.
Right.
You know, which
always have been.
which could justify spending the amounts of money. Now, here's the hell of it, Greg. It's like you know, between Germany and Russia and China and Japan, there's no natural enemy or adversary for the United States. Okay, the closest thing that there is in real life to a natural enemy for the United States is England. Okay, and I don't mean the
that's
English
right.
people.
Great
I
Britain.
don't mean English people. I mean the Rothschilds in the city of
That's
London.
right.
Look, do you know the
Wall Street in London.
Right. Do you know the story about Winston Churchill and what he supposedly said in '46? They asked him about the Nazi state, right? He said, and this is controversial. Some people say this is an urban legend or something. I don't believe it is. It sounds like the kind of thing that Churchill would have said. Okay, and it has a ring of authenticity too, as far as I'm concerned. He said, according to this story, that, you know, the one unforgivable sin that the Nazi Germans committed was pulling Germany out of the Rothschild and City of London banking system. Okay, he said they could have done any of the other shitty things they ever thought about doing. Nobody would have given a rat's ass, or at least nobody would have started a war over it. They could have invaded Poland. They could have killed every gypsy and every Jew, and they could have done every other shitty thing they ever thought about doing. It would not have started a Second World War in Europe, right? They said the thing that guaranteed that there was going to be a Second World War in Europe was pulling Germany out of the Rothschild banking system.
Yep.
You know,
That too.
now,
Yep. The Depression was caused by super rich Americans pulling their money out of the country and investing in the German stock market. That's how they became super rich, like people like Joe Kennedy, actually, and the mucky mucks here, you know.
but it's hard to get
J.P. Morgans and all that, you know.
Yeah, it's hard to get a handle on. There are two things I'm trying to get a handle on understanding these money issues, right? You know, the biggest issues that there are in the world today are the same as they were 3,500 years ago. They're the issues that involve banking and money and the nature of money itself. Yeah. These are the issues, you know, like who has the authority to claim money? What, if anything, is money supposed to be based on, backed by? You know, I mean, to my way of thinking, you don't need to back, money doesn't need to be based on anything. It's like you had a perfectly good script money system, just a pure fiat money system in the colonies. You know, at the colonial times, it created by Benjamin Franklin. He was called the father of script money. Worked beautifully. They created a super economy in the American colonies, and like a couple of British merchants that were having problems with it in New England, right? And George II shut it down. That's what caused the Revolutionary War. Nobody fights a war over tea, okay, or attacks on tea.
Right.
Okay, it shows something else. It's like nobody fights a war over women either. It's like one exception that I know of. Okay, but I mean, you know, the story of Helen of Troy, that's a complete story. It's like Troy McLaughlin said that, you know, the Trojan War was just another drug war turf fight. Okay, you're talking about the most major conduit for opium and all these drugs coming from Asia across that peninsula, across that strait, you know, like into Europe. And that's what the Trojan War was over. Now, the one story that I know of, which is believable about a war being fought over a woman, involved Genghis Khan and that first wife of his, you know, Boyarta. So that's, I mean, if you want to read that's available, right? That really was a war over somebody kidnapping a woman, right? The woman happened to belong to somebody she didn't fuck with, right? And I mean, that's what that probably, you know. Any rate,
well, I wanted to. The reason why we wanted to call you and pick your brain is that something that's very kind of troubling. I hear that a regular civilian somehow or other broke into one of the deep underground military bases that are alleged to exist and was put in prison for it. And apparently, we're not invited. What do you know about these things?
Okay, I've been in one of those deep, you know, you wouldn't believe it. It's like, you know, one
I
of
hear
the,
it's massive cities.
Okay, no, this is not a massive city. This is like a war-fighting system, right, in South Korea. This is inside a mountain. This was inside a mountain made of stuff so hard, right, that like, you know, you just looked at it and you couldn't believe what you were seeing. Okay, this is, like I say, I mean, probably shouldn't even be saying anything about it, but you know, this was the control center in case you ever did end up with another Korean War.
Well, Ted, what I'm talking about is deep underground military bases within the shores of the United States. When they're connected by highway.
What I'm saying is that the thing that I was in was entirely similar to those. It's like, you know, the same technologies, the same. Everything was the same. There's not that much difference between that one and the ones that you would be talking about. Now, the most interesting of all these underground cities, my way of thinking, Derinkuyu, right? That's over there in Anatolia, Turkey. Okay, and you have to have, here's where it gets interesting. It's like you guys were talking about like the beginning of the world here, you know, or like, you know, this idea that, you know, God may have destroyed worlds before this one, you know, or that you had a different situation. You know, so the world was a dark and dank, right? Like darkness covered the waters, right? All of that sort of language in the Bible, right? It's like, the story of Genesis in the Bible is not describing the creation of a world ex nihilo, okay? We've got the one planet in our system, which is Venus, which really is ballpark for some kind of a 6 or 10,000 year age, right? But Venus looks like that. I mean, Venus, like surface temperature is 800 degrees.
What does Venus have to do with underground bases?
Well, you're talking about how old the Earth was, really.
Oh. Well, we were talking about military bases. I mean, what is to be thought of? What is to be had of this? What should we be thinking about this? We're not invited?
No, we're not invited.
It's a club?
My understanding is that the Russian people are invited to their own version of underground cities.
I heard that
this would be in case, you know, worse comes straight down to worse and you end up with some sort of an all-out nuclear conflagration and you just have to live underground for 30 years or something. You know, the most interesting.
Planning?
The Russians are. they're not planning it. They don't want it. They don't want to have to rebuild Russia another time, right? It's like they've done all this fabulous work trying to get Russia back together after you know, the end of the communist system, right? You've got those two new gigantic cathedrals in Moscow. They don't want to have to rebuild those.
Yeah, right. I understand.
But they're being squeezed, right? It's like, I mean, NATO, as far as I'm concerned, is a bunch of bastards. You know, I've got no use for them. You know, the only thing in the world they're good for is bombing innocent people. You know, they said they bombed a totally innocent Slavic Orthodox nation for 80 days and nights, including Easter Sunday, 1999, right? I have family members I'm talking to on account of that.
Doesn't that make you feel good?
Those are the kinds of churches I attend. I mean, that's just horrible. You've got a very ancient city in Anatolia called Derinkuyu, which was an underground city made to support like 30,000 people. Okay, and you have to ask yourself, what is this for? In my way of thinking, there's only one thing, right? This is not to prevent any kind of, you know, because they don't have any way of judging age of this thing. They don't have any realistic idea of how old Derinkuyu is. I believe there's only one thing which this could possibly be. That was a shelter from the ice ages. Okay, now that makes sense. If you consider Derinkuyu to be a shelter from the ice ages, it makes sense. It makes no sense if you try to put Derinkuyu like in the modern, you know, like 800 years back and say, okay, they're trying to protect the area from Genghis Khan or something like that. You know, that makes no sense. Somebody like Subutai would just pour naphtha down the breather holes and light a match. You know.
Yeah. Look at that. They're even growing crops underground. Amazing.
Yeah, well, they're getting, you know, if that's what they're doing, then they're preparing so for somebody to survive, you know, like for 20 years after the Holocaust, right? But like you said, we're not invited.
Right. I wonder if
well,
it
you
would
see
be like... Go ahead.
I'm sorry?
Well, see, that where we got to was Greg was talking about going underground. And I said, underground, I don't know. If you're going to get a big flood, there's no guarantees. Ted always talks about, or often talks about, we should be going out on the sea. When he talks about, you know, we've got plenty of room for people, we don't need to have population decrease and all these things. Ted says we've got all that ocean there, why aren't we using it?
Now look, we could be living in the Pacific Ocean, we got half the planet that's not used for anything. Okay?
Right.
That's right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I've seen those
and
plans.
Greg said, and Greg's reply was, well, we should see if Ted's about and give him a call and...
Yeah, I said, what's the latest in the political realm? What's going on with Trump? I hear he's going to all these rallies. You see?
Hey, look, let me give you the best. Let me tell you a couple of things to keep your eyes on, okay? It's like, number one, it's like a couple of my comrades and I have set up a Facebook group, which they cannot control. Okay, it gets around we've got like 130 members now, and it's like, it's taking off more slowly than some would, right? But it's by invitation only. Okay, this is called Ursign News. You get on Facebook, and you have to have a Facebook account. Look, it's like, I know there's all kinds of reasons to hate Facebook, but it's a necessary evil. Okay, yep. Facebook reaches 3 billion people. Nothing else comes remotely close to that.
Yep. I agree.
Okay, so that's kind of like where we are. It's like, what we've discovered is there's a limitation to artificial intelligence. It's like Facebook is trying to herd cats. They've got a severe problem. They cannot possibly hire enough people, real humans, to try to ride herd over the 3 billion people that they're trying to, you know, make sure that they stay politically correct. So they're trying to use artificial intelligence to enforce political correctness, to enforce all of the all of the censorship, right? All of these, what they call fact checkers. Have you guys had any experience with that shit?
No, but it seems to be getting ridiculous these
days.
Reddit?
Post anything at all about the Karen vax other than just the standard line. You get some kind of thing says our fact checkers have determined that this is false information. That's one strike,
I can't go there because I don't want to lose my channel. Because he starts getting pretty worked up. So I think what I'll do is we'll stop it there, and then I can go through it and edit it and take out the stuff that would get me booted. Because I hear we're not supposed to talk about the C word. So it's cool, I don't want to break the rules. I was already a naughty boy once. I don't want to do it again. So what I'm gonna do is I'll come out and say hello to you in a minute, and I guess we don't have any chatters, so I'll play a couple tunes and figure out what we're gonna do. I think I'm gonna get those Pelasgian things together. And where are we at? Are we almost at 6 hours? Oh my God, we're at 5 hours and 29 minutes. This is gonna have to go down. Let's go down right now, and I'll be back in. Let's say, let me come out there and say goodbye to you, but it's gonna be hello, goodbye, goodbye, hello, or whatever. All right. And I get you on the screen here. Boom. It should be there. No? Why not? There you are. There you are, darling. And we're going to say hello to Randy Garcia still here, and Alchemy 88. All right, my diehards, Nick, Kurt Sight. What's up, Nick? That's Dusa. That's Retro Modern Art, still here. Thank you, man. That warms my heart. You guys are having fun. St. Pauli girl is out there. Hello, St. Pauli. How are you? We need to talk. We haven't talked in a while. Who else do we got? Well, I guess that's about it. So I'm going to go back now and play a couple tunes and try to put some kind of part B together after we shut this down. I'll be back. Come back and see me. You hear?